questions with no jargon, no pressure, just honest advice. And if you're already in the best plan for your situation, they'll tell you so. But if not, you could save hundreds or thousands, like a lot of Ramsey fans already have. And chapter service is free. Yep, you never pay them a dime, so don't let Medicare confusion mess with your money. Dial pound 250 and say Medicare to get your questions answered and be confident you're in the right plan for you. Again, that's pound 250 and say Medicare.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett.
Eyes on Education.
The Peoria Unified School District voted last night to move ahead with the next steps of 2 proposed school closures.
Now the board will schedule community hearings and more in-depth planning sessions before a final vote is made. Peoria Superintendent Dr. Kenneth Summers explains during the meeting that the possibility of closing Kachina and Pioneer Elementary Schools was brought up after an assessment found a $21 million budget reduction for the next year.
It is not a closure plan, it is a diagnostic tool. It provides a district-wide lens to understand the patterns, pressures, and misalignment that we are currently dealing with.
There's no set date for a final vote, but there will be a community hearing on February 19th. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. Tensions are escalating across the nation in the wake of fatal shootings in Minneapolis and Portland that involved immigration officials. Political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News that he isn't sure the Trump administration can afford to escalate further on this issue.
They've got a lot of other political challenges on this front, whether it's healthcare subsidies, Venezuela, all these other fights. This is one that you would think they wouldn't want to inflame the situation, that I don't think it's politically very smart to do that.
The host of the Chuck Todd cast emphasizes that this issue is uncomfortable no matter what side you look at it from. Democratic Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari has signed on to an effort to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
We've been sounding the alarm for well over a year, and now the worst has happened. An American woman has died.
This after the ICE officer shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis this week. Noem continues to defend the agent who opened fire.
This is an experienced officer who followed his training.
The secretary continues to insist Renee Good intentionally drove her vehicle at ICE agents in an act of domestic terrorism. An immigration attorney has some helpful tips in case you encounter ICE. This comes after a Minnesota woman and U.S. citizen, as we mentioned, was allegedly killed by an ICE agent this week. Owner of Zava Immigration Law Group, Jessica Enleu, explains you are allowed to record federal officers.
Recording is very helpful. We saw yesterday with that incident how helpful that is to have those recordings of ICE's, egregious conduct.
She says you're also allowed to protest, but make sure you do it the most peaceful way you can and do not interfere with officers. An arrest has been made following a threat made against Younker High School in Buckeye yesterday. Police say a teen threatened a shooting at the school through an Instagram post. 18-year-old Isaiah Chavez was arrested at his home last night. He faces a number of charges. On Wall Street today, just before the close, the Dow was up 257, the S&P increased to 49, and the Nasdaq up 200. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. No accidents to report, but there is some slowing on the westbound 202 approaching the 51 interchange. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust? Your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com. Sunny this afternoon and into the weekend. High today, 61, warming up a little tomorrow to 65 and 71 on Sunday. Right now, it's mostly sunny and 58 in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
What did you lose?
What did you lose over there? No, Chris is unprepared today. You got it.
My glasses.
Okay. You got them.
I got them.
You're prepared. Like always.
You don't have allergies, do you?
They thought I did for a year or two, but no, I'm good.
Okay. That was the answer.
No.
Unbelievable. No. This guy.
They sent me
I
to
said
the
you have
allergist.
allergies, and they thought I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They sent me to the allergist. I had to do all the tests.
Get out of here.
Came back, I'm just Joe.
So I swear I've got allergies. And I swear this weather has got, there's like, what is it, mesquite? Pablo, you know that better than I do. It's just the dust all over the sidewalk.
Trigger you out there?
Man, I tell you what, I get home and I'm just all night long just sneezing like mad. And I was doing it here at work today too.
See, it's weird that it would come up in January though, because I wouldn't think much is growing. Like the mesquite trees is what they concluded as a Midwesterner. We don't have those that they think I'm allergic to, but they're not growing in January.
I don't know what there's just a bunch of dust all over the place at my place. It's some sort of anyway. I swear it's either allergies or I'm getting that winter flu, the January bug.
Oh, the Becky Lynn bug?
Super flu, yeah, whatever Becky Lynn has. I swear I'm getting that. People watching us on the KTAR News YouTube channel, appreciate you being there. I made a big mistake yesterday.
Yes, you did. You abandoned me.
No. I had a big miss. Yeah.
Big miss?
Big miss. It was a big miss.
What'd you do?
I didn't want to draw attention to it at the time.
But now you're willing to.
Now that I got you, I feel like I can kind of fess up. So we're behind the scenes, right? And we have, I was in for Broomhead yesterday, for those of you that weren't here. So I was in for Broomhead, and we scheduled to have Lisa Borowski on. She's the mayor of Scottsdale.
Okay.
And we were talking about, she had called this special council meeting to discuss tourism, Old Town, maintaining the character of Old Town, how do we get things, and we talked about the parking garage and all this other stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But behind the scenes, we were trying to make sure that we were able to get her up on our
system.
On our system, right, so that she could be on the YouTube chat as well. Mm-hmm. So I keep looking at the YouTube chat to see when she's going to come up, and all of a sudden, or the YouTube channel, excuse me, and all of a sudden I see, and our bosses are really a stickler about this. Nothing on camera that we don't want on camera. Nothing on camera that we don't want on camera.
What's on camera?
I turn around.
Uh-oh.
I had this protein drink sitting behind me next to our logo.
You got your protein.
Oh, and I thought, oh my gosh, the boss is going to see that. Right there. And she's going to strangle me.
She should.
So I'm trying to talk with the mayor. I'm trying to pay attention. And I'm turning around. And I'm trying to reach for this protein drink because it's just this. It had been a bottle of water, I would have left it. But because it's this goofy, bright-colored purple and red bottle, I thought I got to get this off the screen. But then it looked worse because I was drawing attention to it like a doofus. Mm-hmm. This is why I should not be on camera. You can't trust me on camera.
I don't.
It's kind of like putting TV people on the radio.
That argument.
You can't trust TV people on the radio. They're too pretty.
Oh, well,
you shouldn't put me on TV.
Ian did a great job yesterday.
He's too pretty.
I did point out that, that guy, you talk about camera ready, he just shows up camera ready.
Unbelievable. Hate those guys.
It was a bad contrast, him and I.
Speaking of getting ready to be camera ready, how much do you think the legislators right now are, they're getting their hair did, they're getting their lips plumped.
Well,
they're getting their eyelashes put on like J.D. Vance.
State of the State coming up on Monday. That's like the start of their moment.
Oh, my. It all begins now. State of the State Monday. Nothing's more exciting than, I can't wait for the governor's State of the State address. Mm-hmm. I'll be hooked to that one.
We'll be right here, ready to break it down for you.
Thank God we have reporters so we don't have to listen to it.
Well, we'll have it in front of us. And
we'll just read it. Mm-hmm. Thank God we have that.
You love to do a lot of reading.
I'd much rather read it than listen to a politician deliver an address. Mm-hmm. I've listened to enough of that. And so Katie Hobbs is going to do the State of the State on Monday. The legislature is kicking off their session on Monday as well. And are they going to have a budget done? Are they going to get to work on Monday and say, gang, we got one job to do, hammer out a budget. Let's get started.
Well, they'll say the last part, the let's get started part, but the last thing that they'll do is the budget. Mm-hmm. They'll mention hundreds of other frivolous, inconsequential things that eventually lead to the budget.
We have a story coming up here where one of the things that they're going to argue about is how much CPR teachers should have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that we got that going for us. That's important stuff that we're... How about just get CPR training done? Move on. Next thing. Nope. Nope. We're going to have to argue over that, send it to committee. Well, the committee had to debate it, and then the committee had to have the second reading, and then the committee had to send it to the full House, and then the House had to approve whether or not they would vote on it, and then the House did, but then they had to amend it to send it to the Senate. It's CPR training for teachers. How hard is it? Just, yes, go.
The tourniquet. So do we talk about that or do we not?
One of the things that is a challenge when it comes to the budget, one, they talk about it being a moving target because there's federal dollars that are coming in, and with the big, beautiful bill that passed, there's a question about how much we're going to be getting from the federal government to supplement our different needs. And the government doesn't just send us a check and say, hey, Arizona, we're writing you a check for $4 billion. They say, Arizona, we're writing you a check for $221,319.74 for cactus care in the Grand Canyon National Park, right? That's what they do. They go, okay. And then the next one, you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
But then, not only do we have that moving target, but part of the argument is they're going to go and they're going to start arguing over how much should we be collecting in taxes. So until they know what they're going to pass as far as tax cuts or tax increases, they can't really formulate a budget because then they can't estimate how much money there will be, right? So that is, I'll give them that, that's a challenge. But here's what I would love to see from our legislators. Good leaders know how to do a good meeting, right? Good leaders come to a meeting with an agenda. Here it is. This is the agenda item. This is how much time we have to talk about it. This is the deadline. Boom, 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 boom. Nail that agenda.
Okay.
So if you're a legislator, I'd love to see the speaker. I'd love to see the Senate president, somebody just say, look, we're going to argue over tax bills. We're going to argue over tax bills in January, February, and March. By March 31st, that's it. No more arguing tax bills. We're voting on them. And if we haven't voted on it, it's tabled, it's done. And then starting April 1, which is
April Fool's Day.
Very good. That's when the jokers get together and they start going, now that we have an idea of how much we're going to increase or drop taxes, now we can press forward on working this budget out.
But what happens when they haven't reached a consensus on those things that they're arguing about?
Drop dead date.
Or the governor decides, like, no, I'm vetoing.
Drop dead date. That's it. Drop dead. Done. That's what I'd like to see. But we do have a drop dead date. It's the end of June. Right?
No.
The budget has to be done by the end of June.
Sort of, yeah.
Well, or we run out of money from last year and then we don't have any money to spend. And then, so, end of June.
Mm-hmm.
There is a drop dead date. Instead, what they do is they say, let's fiddle with all of these different revenue streams until about June 28th.
And then maybe we go to a special session.
And we'll do a special, right? And then real quick, then we'll have to just pencil out how much we think might be coming in, and then we'll throw a budget together, and then we'll vote on it real fast.
Well, that'll make us feel...
Don't do that!
That makes us feel like they're really important when they have a special session.
This is from, no, this is AZ Central. Lawmakers are starting the session with a potentially low amount of money, an expected loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue caused by matching tax policy to President Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. So the cuts that are happening at a federal level, now you've got local legislators that are saying we should mirror those, like no tax on overtime.
Because we expect that we're going to be getting less money from the feds.
Right. And in response, they're saying, well, we'll take less money too.
Right.
That way your taxes are easier.
Yeah.
Right.
But
okay.
like you pointed out, it's trying to hit a moving target too.
Yes. So according to AZ Republic reporting, key priority for the Republican majority is more tax cuts. According to the Senate majority's plan released last month, Republicans want to put more than $1 billion, quote, back into Arizonans' pockets over the next 3 years. Overall, both chambers headed to a shakeup following this session. A dozen House representatives and 7 senators not running for re-election in November in favor of another office or just retiring. And that's likely to have ramifications on the session's tenor, no doubt about that. But get this. The state is facing this budget crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Less money coming in from the federal government because of the tax cuts that were passed. Okay? And at the same time, we say, wow, there's not as much money coming in. We should also cut taxes. Let's cut our own revenue. So this is akin to you and I living paycheck to paycheck and then running up our credit cards and then asking our bosses to make us part-time. right? Wow, I can barely afford milk. Jeepers, my power bill is outrageous. I sure hope I have enough money at the end of this 2 weeks before I get paid again. Hey, boss, can I go down to part-time? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? But think about this. Maybe that's what you need. Because if you've got a smaller paycheck, maybe you go, okay, well, you know what? Maybe I don't need to be spending this money. Maybe I don't need to be watching Netflix. Maybe I don't need to have the highest speed internet. Maybe I don't need for my kids to have cell phones. And so all of a sudden you start cutting back. You start minimizing things, right? You go, let's do it. I'm sure there's some Gen Z term for tiny living. Let's do tiny living. Let's declutter our lives.
Low-key living.
Low-key living. Gen Z. So you could get by maybe on a smaller paycheck, but you're not going to live the same lifestyle to which you've grown accustomed. And so if the prevailing thought is that the state is rife with waste, fraud, and abuse, maybe you think pressure is a good thing. Yeah. Less money coming in, fewer taxes collected, state doesn't have as much to spend. This is great. Now they have to cut non-essential things. They have to clean things up. And maybe you believe that less revenue and fewer tax dollars is going to force the state to do just that. Be leaner. And you think that's good. And no doubt that is what is going to happen. We will have less going forward from this legislative session than we had going into it. We will have less. There is no doubt. But I would ask this question. From where do you believe the savings should come? That's the $17.6 billion question.
Nobody wants to give up money.
No. So what if I said, let's cut ESAs? What?
GOP ain't going to be on board with that.
Wait a minute. What if I just cut ESAs? That's $1 billion. We just cut $1 billion right out of the budget. Boom. Done. No more ESAs. There it is. We just cut education. That's got to make some people happy. Let's cut education. Let's cut the ESAs. Saved $1 billion. Look, I just did that fast. But wait a minute. But wait. How am I going to send my kid to the private school? But wait, we just cut your taxes. You have so much more money in your pocket. The problem solves itself.
Maybe
no.
You eliminated choice. Too.
How dare you? How dare you? Our why today is, despite the forecast for less money coming into the state, why is it a foregone conclusion that somebody's taxes are getting cut this year? Question is whose? I have some ideas. Curious about what Joe thinks, too. That is next in our Why on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Melody Burkett with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:17, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Arizona's voter data is at the center of a lawsuit by the U.S. Department of Justice.
Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fuentes tells the Mike Broomhead Show the lawsuit, focused on voter data like driver's license and social security numbers, is frankly illegal.
We heard grumblings about these sorts of requests in late spring, early summer. In late July, I think we had our first request in a letter from the DOJ. We answered in August. They asked again. We answered them again. We kept telling them, no, it's against the law.
He tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's suspicious of what he says were continuously changing reasons the Justice Department kept presenting to request voter data. He adds a big issue is the DOJ asking for individual voter data as opposed to Arizona state election practices, adding he thinks the case overall is very weak. Brandon King, KTAR News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Mesa right now, it's 59 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Hey, shout out to Avondale. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the show in Avondale. Good people in Avondale listening to the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Also, Joe, this might have been one of Becky Lynn's fans here out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Gilbert says, hey, from the KTAR News YouTube channel chat. Appreciate that, Gilbert. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Hey, despite the forecast for less money coming into the state, why is it a foregone conclusion that somebody's taxes are getting cut this year? Look, what was our 17.6? Is 17.4, 17.6? I think it's 17.6 billion was our budget last year, if I recall. And
you're usually pretty good about that. I'll take a quick peek.
It's in one of our stories here. So here's the thing. They say, look, there's not as much money coming in this year. So if there's not as much money coming in order to have a balanced budget, that means you have to have less money going out, right?
Mm-hmm.
76, 17.6?
Mm-hmm.
I did remember it. How about that? So that means you have to have less money coming in to balance the budget, less money going out.
And that was an 8% increase from 2025.
And so the Republicans are going to say, well, look, we tried to pass a bill, and again, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. We tried to pass a bill at $17.1 billion last year, but that's where it stalled with the governor, and then they had to argue over things until it got to 17.6.
Mm-hmm.
This year, there might not even be $17.6 billion that they could spend.
No, it looks like they may have to cut.
They may have to cut spending.
Yeah.
So why would you cut revenue knowing that you already have to cut spending to match the lower revenue expectations?
I was terrible at economics. Okay. Why would you cut revenue?
Yeah.
If you know you've got to cut spending.
Okay, so taxes are revenue for the state.
Yeah.
Think of it like a business.
Yeah, so
okay?
you're bringing in less. So why would you cut the stuff you're bringing in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like saying, oh my goodness, I own a store. I'm in downtown Chandler, and I've got a beautiful widget boutique. And you go, ooh, sales are down. And you say, what can we do about it? And you go, I know, let's not be open on the weekends. You go, why would you do that?
That's when you get all your sell the most.
Yeah, why would you do that? And they go, because we have to cut hours.
Oh.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
No. You want to shut down maybe Monday or Tuesday.
That would make a little more sense, right? Or maybe you don't shut down. Maybe the owners have to spend a little bit more time there working the shop, right? Whatever it is.
No.
Because you got to make some other cuts.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they can just go, no, let's just make it worse. So why would you do that? And I have some ideas on this.
Yeah.
We're getting tax cuts this year. It will happen.
Yeah.
We're going to take in not only less revenue from the feds, we're going to take in less here as a state.
Yeah, it's going to happen because Governor Hobbs wants tax cuts. She's got a package that's coming. She wants it to be out there maybe in a special session before they even kick things off. She wants it out there right out of the gate. And the GOP has already signaled that they want tax cuts too. The difference is just who's going to get the tax cuts. Hobbs says, hey, we're not cutting these for corporations. We're not cutting them for the wealthy.
Yeah.
We're cutting them more middle class, lower class. Whereas the GOP seems more like, hey, everybody's getting tax cuts. Everybody's getting tax cuts. That was my
You get a tax cut.
Uh-huh.
You get a tax cut. You're right. And obviously, the more money that you pay in taxes, the more money that you're going to get cut back out. Right.
So the question is, do we go with the Hobbs plan, which is more narrow?
Which I think ends up with like $200 million or something of the
sort.
sort.
Or do we go with the GOP plan, which is everybody gets tax cuts, which Hobbs is going to say that favors the wealthy and businesses, of course.
Right. So, and that's going to be $350 million, roughly. And we're just rounding some numbers here to make it easy for the radio.
So because everybody wants tax cuts in the government, I am confident that they will reach some sort of agreement that taxes will be cut in some fashion.
Yeah.
But...
So how much... So now, it's not like life got cheaper in the last year.
No.
So that means that all of the things we just spent our $17.6 billion on are getting more expensive. So how are we going to do that? What are we cutting? We couldn't find enough to cut last year to get the legislators to agree. And now we're in an election year, which I think is part of the reason that Hobbs is out there saying she wants a tax cut at all. It's because it's an election year, right? She has to appeal to some of the moderates. I just don't know where that's going to come from. And I'm fascinated by how this plays out because with both of them wanting it, in fact, what did I see here? Yeah, Warren Peterson. We've been able to cut taxes every single year, and this is what government should be doing. We should be getting more and more efficient so the private sector becomes more and more productive every single year.
But I'd also bet what Peterson doesn't say is, well, we've cut taxes every single year. The budgets also went up every single year, too. Now we're going to try to cut taxes and
drop the budget.
And the budget's going to go down.
Because in the past, they may have been able to cut taxes, but we did have that offset in some case because of the growth in the valley. At some point, these things level out, right? At some point, there are no more that you can cut and still maintain base level services. At some point, the growth in the valley doesn't compensate for the cuts that you've handed out. And I understand the logic is if we cut the taxes, it encourages growth. And if we encourage growth, we end up making more money. And it feels counterintuitive to Democrats. I get it. And it does work to a point. But at some point, you've got to be investing in your community. You got to have money for cops. You got to have money for firefighters.
First responders are first also when it comes to the budget in general, too.
You got to keep the roads updated, right? You got to fix the bridges that are failing. You know, we've passed a lot of, it's a bond measure that's going to kind of expand some of the freeway access around the valley. But at some point, there's a break even where you're not, like the valley, people will exit the valley because you're not reinvesting in it, right? And so what is that? What is that balance? Now, who's going to do well? Expect accelerated depreciation, equipment write-offs, and industry-specific relief for businesses and especially large and mobile businesses. Lawmakers are seeing these as investment incentives. Democrats would say those are giveaways. High-income earners are going to do better because we've got the flat tax structure. So any rate cut will disproportionately benefit higher earners.
Okay.
We do not have a progressive scale. We've got a flat tax, and so it's going to benefit them more per dollar, and then how much of their disposable income they're going to be able to put back. And again, the logic is they've got more, they can reinvest it. That doesn't always play out that way. Property owners, you're probably going to do all right. Middle-income families, you may get a little bit. So they say maybe one-time rebates, child credits, maybe some standard deduction tweaks. And you also may see some of the tip workers and people working overtime. We may be following that in the big, beautiful bill as well.
I'm fascinated to see how they're going to do it and not spend more money, too.
I'm curious to see how they're going to do it and spin it in a way that is accepted by the public. Because if you say, who are you going to cut? At some point, you're going to say, we're cutting funding to
somebody's getting
homeless
less
services. We're cutting funding to, right? The police. We're cutting funding to fire. At some point, you're going to cut something that's going to be unpopular and people are going to start screaming about it.
And one of the two parties will take up cause for it, too, in general.
That's a great point, Joe. Great point. Yeah. That's how dare the Democrats nominate the police to be cut. Exactly what's going to happen. All right, the session hasn't started yet, but the campaigning already has. The laws you need to watch more for the politics than for the leadership. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, suppose you're just cruising around Zillow, random Tuesday, not even planning to move yet, and then all of a sudden, new. For you. Zillow loves to tell you what's for you. Trouble is, everything you already own is still sitting in your current home. And if you got to sell it fast, that means you got to do showings, you got to do cleanings, you got to do timing, and then you got to move things. What a mess that is. And that's where kind of your enthusiasm dies. Even though you found the right place, you feel like getting into the right place just isn't worth the effort. Orchard keeps your dream alive. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you're going to buy your next home first. And you're going to move in right away. No packing up twice, no racing the calendar, no strangers walking through your house while you're still living there. Orchard's going to give you cash. They give you cash-backed options so that you can buy with confidence. And then they give your old home to experienced local agents, pros that know your market and they know how to sell using smart pricing tools, real data to help your home stand out and then sell for more. Once you're settled into the new place, Orchard takes care of the rest. The pros take care of the repairs, the prep of the home. They list it right away. And because they're not an iBuyer, you get real choices. You get the cash offer plus the traditional listing, and you get a check again after it sells for more than they gave you to start with. Find out what your home is worth with a free home valuation. Go to Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
It's Gatos, and start the new year off with perfect water. Michael is the assistant manager at Aquazona Connecticut, and Michael, you've got a great deal for everyone listening.
For the entire year in 2026, we are offering the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month. You heard that right, $26 a month.
I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. Tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5.
I love how easy and convenient it is to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own kitchen. I enjoy making better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water. I have peace of mind that my baby formula is made with clean water. My family does not have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, and forever chemicals.
In 2026, you pay $26 a month and you own a K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my house. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got a recommendation for you. It's K2 Vision RLE. Whether you wear readers, glasses, contacts. Now, for me, it's readers, and I'm frustrated. I want to get rid of my readers. I went to K2 Vision RLE, and I'm going to be getting the procedure. No more readers for me, and I'll never have to worry about a cataract for the rest of my life. K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless, and you can trust them. They've done this over 150,000 times. Make an appointment at K2VisionRLE.com.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. I'm Melody Burkett. Deputies in Cochise and Pinal County say they were able to rescue a victim of child trafficking Wednesday night.
This was an 8-year-old child that was being trafficked. The sicko that was trafficking him didn't even know his parents, didn't know his family, was just getting paid to bring this boy up to the United States we all know to have horrible things done to him.
Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple says the trafficker was taking the boy to Phoenix through Cochise and Pinal County when she was stopped by a deputy. He says she ultimately admitted to receiving $500 to traffic the child. Her own daughter was also in the vehicle when she was stopped. The Arizona Court of Appeals has issued a ruling about parents' rights to knowledge about their child's gender identity in schools.
The case began in 2023 when a member of the Mesa Unified School District Governing Board filed a lawsuit against the district, claiming its guidelines for supporting transgender students were purposefully keeping the information from parents. An anonymous parent known as Jane Doe later joined the suit, claiming her biologically female child was using a male name at school, but she wasn't informed. The case was later dismissed over Doe's claims not being recent and a board member failing to submit for the affirming of the parental rights. Now, the appeals court has ruled Doe can sue the district over her rights to knowledge about her child, sending the case back to court. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Just one day after the deadly shooting in Minnesota, 2 more people have been shot by federal agents. The Department of Homeland Security says it happened during a targeted Border Patrol stop involving alleged members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua. Agents fired after the driver tried to run them over, wounding a man and a woman inside the car, according to DHS, but Portland's Mayor Keith Wilson isn't taking the department at its word.
Our community deserves answers. Our community deserves accountability. And most of all, our community deserves peace.
He's calling on ICE to end all operations until there's a full independent investigation. A local immigration attorney wants you to know your rights in case you encounter ICE.
Owner of Zava Immigration Law Group, Jessica Ann Leu, says, don't run or resist arrest, but also know you don't have to answer their questions or sign something you don't understand. She says it's important to get prepared ahead of time.
When we talk about children, do you have a caretaker in place, especially if there's minor children involved? We often see single mothers, single fathers also. If they're apprehended, who's going to be caring for those children?
And Leu adds, it's also helpful to memorize the phone number of an immigration attorney and get your important documents together so they're easy to find. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, northbound near Buckeye Road. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, northbound near Guadalupe Road. And Phoenix again with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. State Route 51 southbound approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound HOV transition lane. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sunny this afternoon and into the weekend. High today 61, warming up a little tomorrow to 65 and 71 on Sunday. Right now it's mostly sunny and 58 in Avondale. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you have a great weekend. Monday morning, Andy Biggs joins the Mike Broomhead Show. It happens at 9 a.m.
Hey, good afternoon. Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Appreciate everybody that checks us out on the YouTube. And feel free to
boop that subscribe button.
Boop that subscribe button. Indeed. Hey, check out a new episode of the AZ Political Podcast out now this week. Jim Sharp sitting down with Republican State Senator Warren Peterson.
Warren P.
Warren P. He's laying out his party's legislative priorities for the new session. Watch that episode today at the KTAR News YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts. All right. Did you notice 2026 is kind of a big year?
Well, we got midterm elections.
That's it. It's biggie. But remember, midterm elections, what we call off-year elections, only because the president's not being elected. Right? I mean, it's the only thing basically that's not in. Off-year elections in Arizona also mean our statewide elections are going on.
The gov.
Governor, Secretary of State, Attorney General, Treasurer, Mine Inspector.
Oh, thank goodness, Mine Inspector.
Superintendent of Public Instruction. Right, so we've got some state offices. I think I'm forgetting one.
Well, it's the first year too where our governor, don't they have to? Do they nominate or do they get to pick? It's like is a lieutenant governor.
Yeah, lieutenant governor. I don't know. We'll find out. I think they just run.
I don't believe that's on the ballot.
They run out of ticket with them. Yeah. So how is that going to influence this legislative session? As everybody's lining up to try to get their wish list? Because one thing I know. Before you answer, I'm going to go ahead and interrupt you, Joe. You're welcome. So one thing that I know is that legislators love to promise people things.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm going to vote for the person that's going to give me the most. And for the GOP, traditionally, what they say is what we're going to give you is more money in your pocket through tax cuts.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that works on me.
And they're already starting that. They're saying,
that's what they're saying.
We want to cut taxes across the board.
Yes. And by the way, that often works on me. Okay, I'm a lower taxes guy.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned in the state of Arizona that we're getting to the point where we're lowering them too far, and we're not going to be able to provide services that we also insist we want, which are the things that Democrats say. Elect us, and we're going to make sure that you've got public transit, that the libraries have new books, that the parks are mowed, whatever it is.
Your kids getting fed breakfast and lunch.
Right. And the Republicans are saying, vote for us. We're going to not only keep more money in your pocket, but we're also going to make sure that you can send your kid to whatever school you want, even if it's a private school, right? We're going to make sure that we're growing jobs so you can have a better paying job. I mean, they all promise us things. But almost all of these things cost money in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And the idea that we're suddenly not going to have to pay for them is insane. It's just ludicrous that we go, well, we're just not going to pay for it. Well, look. You're saving money. No. I'm going to spend that somewhere else. One of the things that the Republicans have said is that they want to make sure that they are saving people money, and they're going to cut costs on, living pressures. They want to pass bills that they believe will bring housing costs down and lower utility bills. All right. I love that. The problem is I'm also a realist. And this is one of the things that divides the two parties traditionally, is that Republicans tend to be more pragmatic. Democrats tend to be more dreamers. All right? So the pragmatists say, this is what we have. This is, let's work within these parameters. The dreamers say, no, we have to progress. They're progressives. They want to do more, right? So they dream for something bigger. Republicans say, let's be realistic. Okay? Typically. And again, I know I'm overgeneralizing here.
That's fine.
But at some point, the pragmatist in me says, hang on, I want the potholes fixed. Hold on. I don't want the homeless sleeping on my street, which means we're going to have to do something about the homeless issues. That means mental health. That means homeless outreach, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I want to make sure there's cops that show up when I see some goober doing 90 on the 7s, which happened to me today. I had 2 cars pass me. I was in the middle lane. I got passed on both sides by people street racing at 10:30 in the morning. Where's the cops?
Apparently,
that's a Phoenix issue. That's not a state issue. That's a Phoenix issue. But still.
No.
Where's the cops on that?
Quit knocking stuff over there.
Very upset about it. So, look, I'm paying for it one way or another. Either I'm not as safe on the road because I'm not paying taxes to have enough police officers, or I'm paying more taxes so that I can have the police officers.
See, my issue with it, I mean, you mentioned the GOP wants to cut utilities.
Yeah.
And believe me,
utility costs.
I have plenty of issues with the Democrats on other fronts, not so much utilities. So Corporation Commission, all GOP right now.
Yeah.
My issue with it is I would say you guys are liars because you've been majority GOP for years and the costs continue to go up thanks to the Corporation Commission, which has the opportunity to look at those costs and to raise or lower them as they feel fit. So you're going to tell me that you guys want to lower costs? Well, I would say you've had the opportunity to do that for years, and you're not doing that.
Joe.
And again, the Democrats play the same game with other groups. Yeah. Yeah.
The Corporation Commission is not the legislature.
They're
How
not.
dare you say that they're the same?
Well, they're not the same, but they're all Republican.
Joe, how dare you say that? This isn't Warren Peterson's fault as the president of the Senate. That's somebody else. That's a different Republican's fault. Warren Peterson wants to bring the cost of utilities down. Yeah.
You going to work with your buddies on the Corporation Commission to make that happen?
Well, Joe, you can't have buddies on the Corporation Commission because that's a separate branch of government. Certainly there's no communication between the different branches of government. Certainly there's no meetings with parties and elected officials from those parties.
I would ask Senator Peterson then, hey, if you can't talk with these people or work with these people, how are you going to make them lower my costs when for years they've been raising my costs?
I think I'm going to run for office.
I think you should.
I'm going to run for office.
It's in your blood.
I'm going to put one of those, it is in my blood. It's a family thing.
You'll be good at it.
I'm going to, listen, it's exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to run for office. Let me repeat. I'm going to run for office, and I'm going to put a proposition on the ballot to eliminate, this is my campaign voice, to eliminate the Corporation Commission. Let me repeat that. I am going to run for office. I'm going to run for office.
Yes.
And I'm going to eliminate the Corporation Commission.
I like it.
Your politicians are nerds. I don't get it, man.
Dude, the problem is I wish I could take them at their word and see them do that, but I see my costs go up. And instead, hey, to their credit, APS was in here this morning trying to tell all of us how we could lower our costs by closing our blinds and by using less energy. So our costs go up, and they give us the tips on what we can do to lower our costs after they've raised our bill.
It's like pulling into the gas station, and they give you a tip on how you can drive less.
Again, you say all the time, I back
These
you
aren't
up.
the droids you're looking for.
These aren't the droids we're looking for.
These are not. We are not responsible for your power rate increases. We are not responsible. It's all your own fault.
The quality that APS provides, not the same as
The leadership.
Yes. And hey, 100%, I appreciate that they came in today and gave folks some tips on how they can lower their bill. But how about you just don't raise my rate?
8% every year. Well, we only got 8% last year, so we're asking for 14% this year.
Really close your drapes. Just put up that aluminum everywhere. Reflect the sun.
Man, this APS bill stinks. I really hate that they keep raising rates. Have you considered aluminum in the windows? All of a sudden, everybody's house looks like mine and Pablo's.
Just raise your thermostat a little more. I mean, Joe's at 97. Try 99. It's comfy.
One thing that is as predictable as the sunrise is that Arizona legislators are going to put education back on the chopping block, where they plan to cut and in some rare cases plan to spend more on your kids. Next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
The 34th Annual Maricopa County Home and Garden Show is back.
This weekend only at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
This is your one-stop shop to upgrade your home, garden, and lifestyle.
Tour the tiny home Street of Dreams.
Indulge your way through Taste of the Desert.
And explore hundreds of plants, decor, and garden treasures.
Plus, over 1,000 home improvement experts offering home show-only deals you won't find anywhere else. This weekend only at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
Tickets and details at mchomeshows.com.
Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the largest medical university in the state of Arizona. There's an eye institute, a therapy institute. You even have a veterinary school now.
The veterinary school, our hospital on campus, is the largest animal hospital in North America. So right here in Glendale, we have some pretty remarkable things. But yeah, we have 15 colleges and 20 licensing degree programs.
As well as all of the specialty clinics that provide services to people in Arizona.
You know, it's remarkable the education we're offering to the students, but I think from a community standpoint, the type of care that they could get right in their backyard. You walk into our dental institute, and I say this all the time, it's like walking into NASA. Like, that does not look like a normal dental institute. You can get remarkable care. Our eye institute, there's like 4 places in the country that have the type of capabilities that we have at that place. We don't want to be a hidden gem anymore. We want the whole world to know what's happening right here in Glendale, Arizona.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com. mwuclinics.com.
The AZ 529 Art Contest is back, and I can't wait to see what careers Arizona students are dreaming of this year. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, and I'm excited to give Arizona kindergarten through 6th graders another opportunity to draw their dream jobs and a chance to win $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Dream, draw, win, and start saving for your future. For complete rules and to submit drawings, visit az529.gov by February 8th.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:48, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Earlier today, the final jobs report of 2025 was released, and it wasn't great. 50,000 jobs were added in December, showing a sluggish month of hiring as people are uncertain about the economy. Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why people might feel this way about the economy.
Yeah, I think it's affordability, and that has a lot to do with inflation. Tariffs had something to do with that, but in terms of their impact on prices, more smoke than fire.
We also had around 1.2 million layoffs. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Goodyear right now, it's 60 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If your home or business needs installation of a high-efficiency heat pump system, tankless water heater, or electrical vehicle charger, why trust the work to just anybody when you can get the best in the business with Mason Pro Services? Experience and expertise have made us one of the most trusted, family-owned and operated service providers in all of Arizona. So why trust your work to just anybody when you can go with the pros?
Rosie on the House certified partner, Mason Pro Services.
Go with the pros for electrical. Go with the pros for all your plumbing needs. Go with the pros for air conditioning. Your satisfaction always shows when you go with the pros. Mason Pro Services. Go with the pros. Go with the pros.
Rosie on the House certified partner, Mason Pro Services.
It's Gatos, and what's the one thing you don't expect to happen while you're on a Caribbean cruise? How about ICE agents storming your room and dragging you out in your PJs? This happened to a Phoenix family, and we will talk to them on the show at 4:30. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Wait a minute. Did he just say that we're sending ICE agents on Caribbean cruises? Are they still hiring?
Play it again, Pablo. Let's hear
It's
it.
Gatos, and what's the one thing you don't expect to happen while you're on a Caribbean cruise? How about ICE agents storming your room and dragging you out in your PJs? This happened to a Phoenix family, and we will talk to them.
Were they in international waters?
Well, I presume.
Can ICE operate in international waters?
I mean, they weren't here in Phoenix. I mean, they were on the cruise.
Right, but then ICE wouldn't have jurisdiction.
ICE has jurisdiction everywhere,
I
Chris.
can't wait.
Which was the one that Interpol? Which was the one that can go?
Yeah,
everywhere?
Interpol.
Okay.
Yeah, that's smart. Good one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Interpol's pulling anybody out in their pajamas unless you got a diamond thief or something, right? Aren't there still a couple of people that robbed the Louvre? They're still on the lam?
Uh-huh. Well, so I think we know they got a couple of them
like
early
two
on.
of them, yeah.
But then I never heard an update on the others.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Did you see we got a couple more bills that are going to be proposed? These are... This is
love bills.
This
What
is
do
the
we
kind of
got?
stuff... Look, the legislative session starts on Monday.
Yeah.
They have one job that the Constitution requires, and that
Budget.
is... Exactly.
Give me that budget.
Okay, which means they're going to fight over taxes to start with because they have to know how much they can anticipate getting in to the budget in order to set spending for the year.
Yeah.
All right. But they're also going to bring up a bunch of other stuff. Some of these things seem so simple to me that it's just like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Just sign off on it. Just vote on it. Send that to Hobbs.
Like HB 2076, the Faster Saves Lives Act. So it would give schools the option to prepare staff to act immediately when an emergency occurs. There's optional training that would include hemorrhage control, tourniquet placement. You don't know where to place the tourniquet? Oh, my goodness. Airway support, chest injury stability, as well as coordinate with first responders.
But according to the author, Selena Bliss, representative, she said it gives schools the option to prepare staff to act immediately. Does staff not have the option to act immediately?
Apparently not.
Uh-oh. Jimmy's hemorrhaging, and his left arm is in the garbage. But, they haven't passed that HB 2076. So as a teacher, I don't even know what to do.
Guess I'm going to have to call the principal to get a tourniquet, and then I don't know where to place it.
Yeah, okay, give schools the option to give staff training. Yes, just say yes. Pass it. Go. Next, my only concern on this is also make sure that in the bill is sort of a Good Samaritan waiver of liability. In other words, suppose the teacher ties the tourniquet and the kid dies. You can't sue the teacher for not saving the kid. That's the only caveat I would make sure is in that bill. Yeah. That's it. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, who's opposing teachers having first aid training?
How do you feel about
Why are we spending time on it? Sign it. Move on. Go.
HB 2075, introduced by Representative Livingston, would require each Arizona school district governing board to turn in copies of employees' contracts, salaries, benefits for every superintendent, assistant superintendent, associate superintendent, and chief financial officer to the Department of Education.
Transparency. That's great. Make sure it's for the public and the private and the charter schools. No, this is only going to apply to the public schools, right?
I would presume Arizona's school districts governing board.
And so if you're a charter or you're a private school, you're not in the district, then you get to play by a different set of rules.
I think so.
I'm running for office. I'm telling you. I'm running for office. Somebody just needs to get in there and stop the crap. You got me fired up, Joe.
Repeat that point.
Stop the crap. I repeat. In years past, there was another source of revenue that the legislature could tap into to pay the cops and the firefighters, get mental help to the homeless, or fix the roads. Last year, the legislature, promised to give all that revenue, though, to one of the wealthiest people in the state. Now, the gang in charge officially spending your money. What you're going to get instead of more cops in the streets is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
It's the big Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, January 9th through 11th at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the big Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, January 9th through 11th at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. Info at maricopacountyhomeshows.com. This is the big one, so don't miss it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO. Transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett.
Would I launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? It's okay with me.
President Donald Trump threatens U.S. military action against Mexican drug cartels, claiming 250,000 Americans die each year from drugs. KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live in the News Center with a response from Democrats.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton is among the more than 70 U.S. House Democrats to sign on to a letter cautioning against the military strikes in Mexico.
What President Trump is talking about, though, is acting inside of Mexico unilaterally without working with the Mexican government. That would be considered a very hostile act.
He explains Mexico is Arizona's and America's #1 trading partner, adding military action south of the border would be dangerous and detrimental to the economy. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hamel, KTAR News.
As protests break out around the country following this week's deadly shooting of a woman in Minneapolis, there's now been another incident involving federal law enforcement, this time in the Pacific Northwest.
2 people were injured after being shot by Border Patrol agents during what the Department of Homeland Security is calling a targeted stop involving 2 suspected members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. DHS says the shooting happened after the driver tried to run the agents over. Meanwhile, Portland's Mayor Keith Wilson is skeptical.
Portland is not a training ground for militarized agents. We know what the federal government says happened here. There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time is long past.
Wilson is calling on ICE to stop all operations in Portland until there's a full independent investigation. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Supreme Court upholds a lower court decision about a lawsuit brought by Superintendent Tom Horn against dual language models.
The court's decision states the state superintendent does not have the ability to sue the attorney general, governor, or school districts over a dual language teaching method being used for English language learners. In 2023, Superintendent Horn filed the lawsuit after requesting the dual language system not be used in classrooms. The Attorney General said the teaching method had been approved by the State Board of Education and was not up to the superintendent to monitor. Now the Supreme Court has declined to review the case and ruling. Shira Tanzar, KTAR News.
The Peoria Unified Governing Board voted last night to move on to the planning and community hearing stage of a potential closure plan for Kachina and Pioneer Elementary Schools. Part of that plan would switch Cactus High School into a 7th through 12th school to help balance students. Future high schooler Blakely Slayer doesn't like that idea, saying she may not have chosen Cactus as her high school if they included younger students, but now open enrollment is closed. To read more Education Solutions stories, go to KTAR.com/education. An 18-year-old from Buckeye faces a number of charges after police say he used an Instagram post to threaten a shooting at Youngker High School. We're told Isaiah Chavez was arrested at his home last night after police traced the account to him. It's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's January 9th, and back on this day in 2007, the Apple iPhone debuted. A touchscreen mobile phone with an iPod, camera, and web browsing capabilities, among other features, at the Macworld Convention in San Francisco. Dressed in his customary jeans and black turtleneck, Steve Jobs called the iPhone a revolutionary and magical product that is literally 5 years ahead of any other phone. When it went on sale in the U.S. 6 months later, thousands of customers lined up at Apple stores across the country to be among the first to purchase an iPhone. The iPhone helped turn Apple into one of the planet's most valuable corporations. 5 years later, more than 200 million iPhones had been sold, and the iPhone joined the list of innovative Apple products, which included the Macintosh, one of the first personal computers to feature a graphical interface, which allowed the clicking of a mouse, and the iPod, a portable music player. And it all started when the iPhone was debuted back on this day in 2007.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. State Route 51 northbound near Thomas Road. Phoenix crash blocking the right lane. I-17 southbound approaching Joe Max Road. And Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 22 Santan Freeway northbound near Guadalupe Road. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Never take lights off the roof again. Install AZ Trim Light this January and save 20%. Visit aztrimlight.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sunny this afternoon and into the weekend. High today, 61, warming up a little tomorrow to 65 and 71 on Sunday. Right now, it's mostly sunny and 58 in Tempe. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
We are just half an hour away from the headline volley today. You seem surprised. You know it happens every day at the same time.
It's just it's exclamation.
Oh,
I'm happy.
I see what you're doing. Okay, very good. We'll talk about the winter wonderland that some people were facing in northern Arizona. That is coming up in our headline volley, and as a result, you're going to hear a tale of survival at the longest odds. That is still to come on the program. Hey, check out the latest episode of the AZ Political Podcast out now. This week, Jim Sharp sitting down with Republican State Senator Warren Peterson, laying out the party legislative priorities for the new session. Hint, cut all taxes. Watch today's episode on KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And always make sure to that subscribe button.
First date with my wife.
Uh-huh.
I was really nervous.
Uh-huh.
I booped her on the nose.
Did you say the word, too?
I didn't. Went, boop. She goes, she stopped. She looked at me and she goes, don't ever do that again. I think I was like 24 and I was like, boop. Oh, God, no. She goes, don't ever do that again.
Hey,
I've ruined it with this girl.
If you didn't boop her, you might not be here 20 years later. That is proof right there that booping is the way to success.
Wasn't the last time I booped her.
That's right.
And I mean that literally, not like a double entendre. I still have booped her since. And she goes, I told you.
Bet you booped her the other day.
I told you. Don't ever do that to me again. You know, we were talking about taxes in the last hour. We were talking about how we're going to have decreased revenues this year, in some part because the federal government is not going to have as much money coming in, which means there won't be as much money going out. In other cases, you've got both Governor Hobbs and the GOP legislature say that they want to cut taxes. In some cases to match portions of the Big Beautiful Bill, in other cases to match even more portions of the Big Beautiful Bill. So the question is, are we going to cut taxes, tax revenues by $200 million or $350 million? Well, there's another place where we were getting some tax dollars that we're not going to be getting tax dollars any longer.
Where is that?
That's Chase Field.
Oh.
because we used to have taxes there. Yeah. In fact, you will still pay taxes there. When you go to Chase Field and you buy a beer for $18, you're still going to pay the taxes on that beer.
Okay.
Okay. And when the players go to Chase Field and they play, they're still going to be paying income taxes, right? There's still going to be taxes collected at Chase.
Okay.
Only now, instead of the taxes going to where taxes go, the state, they're going to go to the owner.
To the owner?
Yeah. Yeah. What a clever way to pay your players less.
Well, so they go to the owner, but aren't they supposed to go towards ballpark improvement at least?
Supposed to.
Won't they? Isn't that part of what's going to happen?
Supposed to.
I don't like just a supposed to.
Supposed to. Well, here's what happens. There's a new committee, of course, because that's what we do in politics, is we put together committees. In fact, I think we had a committee to form a committee. Not exaggerating either, right? They had a committee to form a committee.
Or a board to form a committee, however they termed it.
Committee to form a board, maybe. Yeah, whatever it is. So anyway, now the new law that passed last year goes into effect, which means that the Chase Field improvement funding does kick in. And that means that it's supposed to go toward stadium major improvements like air conditioning, roof, and foundation repairs.
Okay.
Which is really nice. I think more businesses should look for this.
Explain.
Well, a lot of people say, look at all the money that the ballpark brings in. Look what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot of casinos that bring in a lot of money. We've got a lot of car dealerships that bring in a lot of money, right? I mean, imagine if you're a major car dealership in the Valley.
Okay.
Okay. Like the last car I bought, by the way, no sponsorship. I just got to be careful here. I don't want to, but I bought mine from Chapman.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Okay.
Sure.
So they've got places all over the Valley.
Yeah.
Don't you think that Chapman should go to the state legislature and say, listen, we're going to leave unless you let us keep all of our tax dollars. We no longer want to pay taxes on any of the cars that we register on our lots.
Okay, but is the legislature going to say, hey, there's lots of other dealers out here. We don't need you, so we can do without you?
Okay, well, if the Automotive Dealer Association says we want you to cut all the taxes for all the dealers in the Valley, or we're going to leave.
Wow, that would be...
I mean, they're not going to do it.
Sure.
But neither are the Diamondbacks.
Oh.
This is what frustrates me, is that the Diamondbacks, because they are a singular large entity, that we've got this notion, remember when the government everything was too big to fail? We have this notion that they are too big to lose.
Well, we've lost other sports teams. Why would we not lose the D-backs?
Fine.
Oh, so now we could lose them.
Sure, go.
Oh, you just said we weren't going to lose them, and now you're fine if they leave.
We're not going to, but go ahead. Try it. Try it. Go somewhere else. See how Major League Baseball feels when all of a sudden your revenue is trying to come in from Salt Lake City instead of Phoenix. Because the money that the baseball brings in from Major League Baseball is far bigger than the money that the NHL was getting from the Phoenix market. And the NHL wants the Phoenix market. Major League Baseball is not giving up on the Phoenix market.
So you think Major League Baseball would not let the D-backs leave?
Absolutely not.
Huh. Okay.
Not without another plan in place. But instead what we have is, like we've seen play out so many times before in other sports, we have teams holding states hostage.
Oh, but Chris, if the D-backs left...
They won't, but go ahead.
We would get some money back if they left. There's clawback measures in place.
Oh, yes. Because they're going to clear $1 billion on this whole deal. If they leave before the end of the term, it would cost like $50 million. This is Major League Baseball. It is one of the wealthiest people in the state that owns the team. The guy's a billionaire. $50 million is a really irritating rounding error. I mean, you have players whose contracts they have to buy out for more than that.
You're actually being generous. The penalties that I saw was $10 million if they leave before 2035, $5 million before 2045, $1 million before 2050.
You turkey.
What?
That's the number I threw out in rehearsal, and you said, no, it was more than that.
I put it right there for you.
I didn't see it.
It's right in our notes.
You booger.
You got to look on the Joe side.
You booger.
Where there's usually very little.
Should stand out.
I know.
You wrote something down.
So
it should have stood out.
I put it there for you.
It's right there in the notes.
You're like, I'm not going to look at that. That's Joe's stupid part.
Joe doesn't even add to the notes. He does. I should have noticed. Unbelievable. So, okay, $10 million at worst if they leave in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
They don't care. That's $10 million.
That's like a box of Kleenex.
So here's what's going to happen. All right? And this is why I'm concerned about this, because this is money, and I railed about this.
Is this a prediction that I can write down for you? A little prediction?
Yeah, you want to write down a prediction?
I would like to write a prediction
down.
down.
On a piece of paper that's going to stick around for a while.
Okay.
So the D-backs will be back before 2035, threatening to leave unless they get even more. We know this because they did it before.
Before
they did
2035?
Yeah, that's the 10-year, $10 million penalty, 2035. Right. So before we're gonna get up toward 2035, and then they're gonna threaten to leave because then the penalty is only gonna be $5 million. And they don't even care about that. That really does not matter to them. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, we'll have lost $1 billion by then in tax revenue to the state and city.
Well, you say lost. The D-backs say, hey,
reinvested in the facilities.
Yeah,
except
you've
that we
spent
had
that
this,
money to reinvest.
We had this argument in the 20-teens. And as a result, we said, fine. The county owns the building, right? The county owns Chase Field. And the county was supposed to be landlording it.
This is the old way? Yeah.
Yeah. They said, you're not doing it right. And so the D-back said, well, if you let us keep all of our ticket revenue and blah, 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 then we'll oversee the maintenance of the building. And they did. They signed a maintenance agreement back then. And then they said, wow, the air conditioning really stinks. Wow, the roof is broken. And I go, wow, you signed a deal saying you'd take care of the maintenance. And they went, yeah, we're going to move if you don't give us more money.
Yeah, not good enough.
So what makes us think this isn't going to happen again in 10 years?
Well, they told us it won't.
Well, there's a $10 million penalty. The $10 million means an awful lot, to a gajillionaire. The guy's worth well over $1 billion, and by 2035 could certainly, in fact, he would be a terrible investor if by 2035 he wasn't worth $2 billion.
Well, and now there's this whole new governing board that's going to make sure that the repairs are taken care of, everything's tip-top shape, it's all good. D-backs are going to be happy. They're not going anywhere.
All right. Well, that was money that was going toward potholes, education, hiring cops, hiring firefighters, but it's going to, don't worry, the billionaire now has money to fix his AC.
Oh, and don't kid yourself, too. That money that went to the potholes, the cops, the firefighters, is going to come from somewhere else.
Oh, jeepers, I hope it's my wallet.
It likely will be.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Or it will be taken from
because they're cutting taxes,
there.
Which means we won't have as many cops. We won't have as many firefighters. We will have crappier roads. That's what it means. Services are going to be cut instead because you got to save that money somewhere. Hey, speaking of sports in the Valley, Cardinals are coach shopping again. There's some big names that could wind up calling the Valley home. The list of frontrunners are telling us an awful lot about what went wrong. Who's likely to lead the Big Bird Gang? Just the Bird Gang. Who's likely to lead
Big
the
Bird Gang?
I like that too. Who's likely to lead the Bird Gang into the 2026 season is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I would make a Sesame Street analogy to Melody Burkett, but there is not one that would be appropriate because we're the Cookie Monster and Oscar the Grouch at KTAR. So here's Melody Burkett with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:17, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Iran's supreme leader is signaling harsher crackdowns could be coming for protesters as he criticizes U.S. involvement.
President Trump again saying the U.S. will, quote, hit very hard if Iran's government kills or imprisons people. Just this morning, Iran's supreme leader claiming the protesters are trying to make the president of another country happy. Now, it's difficult to know exactly what is happening on the ground because of that widespread blackout of internet and phone lines, but already it's been reported that at least 42 people have been killed in these protests, more than 2,000 arrested.
ABC's Maggie Ruley. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. State Route 51 northbound near Thomas Road. A look into our service streets. Scottsdale with a crash on McDowell Road near 77th Street. And Phoenix with a crash on 7th Street and Osborne Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Checking the temperature in Surprise, it's 60 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
The latest federal jobs report shows you'll probably keep the job you have, but looking for a job right now is not a place you want to be. What does it mean for Arizona? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, for Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
Joe made me cranky today. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Shout out to Surprise. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. And Surprise.
Hey-o.
Oh. In studio with us right now is our KTAR News Cardinals reporter. He also does some things for another station in town. Tyler Drake is with us right now.
Another station in town.
Another
other station.
That other station. Which is another station in town. Arizona Sports, of course.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy. It's nice to see you here. We had no idea over the last 4 months whether you were working or not. Genuinely, you know.
I knew you were working every day.
It's a Wednesday afternoon.
Dang.
Is Tyler doing anything today, or is he just
that was one of the
mailing it in?
busiest days at Cardinals, let me tell you.
Wednesdays were?
Wednesdays.
That's when they practiced.
That's the first
when
day
they
of
came
practice.
back.
You get the quarterback, get the head coach, get the whole 9
Injury
yards.
reports and all those other things. So, Tyler, we had him in, I think, last week when we were talking about John Gannon getting canned, which was too bad. And we also discussed how you lost money to me as we were.
Well, if the viewers on YouTube look, they might see if we lost money today with all of our incredible attire.
We are the best-looking threesome in radio.
Easily.
Yeah, easily. Very good. So I was reading an article that you had on Arizona Sports Today about the coaching search for the Cardinals because they got rid of Gannon. Now they're looking for somebody else. And what struck me is you were irresponsibly speculating on a number of names, but I thought you had two really good points that you said, look, they're going to look for somebody with prior head coaching experience and somebody that has experience in the division.
Yeah.
So that means either a former Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks, or Niners coach, right? I could remember them all.
Yeah, you got them all.
Yeah, thank you. That feels like a very limited pool. But you actually found a number of names on there that were pretty good.
And all of these guys were linked in some way or the other to the job. Either requested an interview or are going to interview with the team.
But none of them are, well, I shouldn't say that because you did throw out the former Atlanta Falcons head coach. He just got fired this year. But everybody else was fired a while ago and is now back to being a coordinator. What's the emphasis? And I know that they've been trying to catch lightning in a bottle, finding the next young star with Gannon and Kingsbury and the other coaches. But why go back to one of these guys that's already proven that they're not winners?
I think for me is you look at what the Cardinals have brought in, and it's been a bunch of inexperience.
Okay.
You look back, I mean, you're going back to Denny Green era. That was like the last time the Cardinals had a former head coach in a head coach spot.
Okay.
So when I look at that, you've got a handful of guys after that, Jonathan Gannon being the latest. That's where you have to do a complete 180. Go find somebody that's been in the job before. And for me personally, go look for somebody in the division because this is one of the toughest divisions in NFL. Like, this is going to be the division year over year. You know what you're going to get out of the Rams, the Niners. The Seahawks are coming along with their kind of newish regime. Find somebody that knows how to counterbalance or counteract all of those guys. And you look at it like a Robert Saleh, Raheem Morris. All of these guys have coordinator experience in the division. So they're up there. I mean, Clint Kubiak as well. But he doesn't have the prior head coach experience. But those are just some of the names.
He's a coordinator in Seattle.
Yes.
Okay.
But those are the guys where if I'm looking for the next leader of men for the Cardinals, it's got to be somebody that knows the division like the back of their hand and has prior head coach experience.
Tyler Drake, Arizona Cardinals reporter from Arizona Sports and ArizonaSports.com joins us.
Snazzy dresser.
Just beautiful man over there. Tyler, you've mentioned it a couple times. Chris mentioned it as well, that the Cardinals are very adamant that their next head coach will have experience within the NFC West. Why are they so obsessed with that? I understand they play those teams 6 times a year, but they're playing 10 other teams every single year too. So why the obsession with the NFC West?
I mean, that's more
3 teams.
And that's more my thinking as opposed to the Cardinals. I would assume that they would want to look in the division and maybe see. But for me, I mean, you're playing them 6 times a year. You're getting boat raced most of the time by these guys. So if you can't beat them, kind of join them. And if you can take away one of their top guys, they're at a deficit.
It's a double whammy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to Chris's point, okay, you're taking away one of those guys, but it's also a retread. There's nothing sexy about a retread.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's why Clint Kubiak is up there in the top 3 for me, because he's not a retread, but he's a younger guy, but it's almost like a Cliff Kingsbury 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a little bit of experience in the NFL, but you just saw that not work here.
So let's talk about retreads that might work, because there were a couple of coaches that got fired that everybody went, wow, can't believe they got fired.
Mm-hmm.
The guy from Cleveland, the guy from Baltimore.
Yep.
So why not go after one of those guys? I know they don't have division experience, but they've
That's
been
why
around
you can't
the league.
go after them.
No. That's there's an exception to the rule. The prerequisites don't have to be met if it's John Harbaugh.
Oh,
okay.
The former coach from Baltimore.
He's one of those guys where if you want to be taken seriously as an organization, you want to really show people that you're in it and really trying to turn things around and quickly. You go throw everything in.
But what about the price tag? Because
that's the thing, but
there's a lot of speculation that the Cardinals owner will not pony up the estimated price tag of around $20 million a year.
And that's the other thing. You want to really show fans, you want to put them in a 180, you go out there and you give them the money. And you really prove, like, yeah, we are here. We are dedicated to turning this around. We'll throw top dollar at the top head coaching candidate of the cycle. Another name, too, Mike McDaniel from the Dolphins. He would be another guy I would look at, too. These are 2 of the higher profile names in this coaching search this year.
If I'm a coach and I'm sought after, the guys you just mentioned or the guy from Cleveland or whatever, right? Why do I want to come to this team?
Exactly. That's one of
the hang-up.
When you look at the ranking of locations, the Cardinals are probably on the lower end of that spectrum. And you don't know what you're doing at quarterback. You've got Trey McBride, cool. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr. What are you going to see out of him? You've got Michael Wilson, who came along great in the wide receiver role.
Some big players.
Consistently, yeah. But the quarterback situation is going to be there. What do you do with Kyler Murray?
How do they feel about ownership? Are
that would play a factor too.
Ownership and leadership and everything else.
Yeah, it's all going to play a factor. How do you mesh with Matias for how much GM power? How many powers do you want outside of being a head coach? So if John Harbaugh comes to town, I'm going to assume he wants a little more power than just being a head coach. So you've got to weigh all those things, and you've got to really look, and you've got to take this as kind of a blank canvas of go after it.
Where do the Cardinals rank as far as available jobs for some of these sought-after coaches?
I'd probably say...
8 jobs open right now?
Like 8 or 9.
Whoa. You think so?
We're at the bottom?
No, I think 8 or 9 are open. I would say...
No,
but I'm saying they're probably 6 or 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland's at the bottom. Tennessee's at the bottom.
Yeah.
Vegas, but they've got the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
They could pick their quarterback.
The Cardinals are picking, what, 3?
3.
That's a pretty good pick, too.
Right outside of the 2 top quarterbacks that are potentially going in the draft.
Hey, that's Tyler Drake, Arizona Cardinals reporter. Can check out his work on ArizonaSports.com.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Hey, quite the winter weather you got there. Got pretty bad up north. I-40 got closed until severe conditions died down a bit, considering how warm it was in December. You just knew we were in for a reckoning. Some still some mornings in the 30s in the valley. Far cry from the sorts of winter woes that much of the country faces, but that doesn't mean that you don't have stories to tell from when you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. A tale of survival at the longest odds is next in our Headline Volley on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds Charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
It's Gatos, and guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free when you mention Gatos. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat, get you solid and ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. Learn more at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. I'm Melody Burkett.
We understand we have to compromise.
The U.S. House passes a bill this week that could extend federal health care subsidies. One U.S. senator says it's not a perfect solution, but a needed one for now. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell you more.
Yeah, the proposed extension now at the U.S. Senate, and Senator Ruben Gallegos says he is open to negotiations, but wants to get it signed into law quickly.
The bill that's coming out of the House is something that we'd be willing to accept. The question is, will Leader Thune bring it to the floor? And if they do, then we'll pass it. And then let's get right back to negotiation. Let's figure out a way to give people more health insurance by less costs.
And that as all of Arizona's Republican House members voted against the extension, Representative Juan Ciscomani explaining he believes the subsidies lined the pockets of insurance companies over benefiting Americans and wants to see measures to mitigate fraud. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
U.S. Southern Command says U.S. forces boarded another Venezuela-linked oil tanker in the Caribbean. ABC's News senior Pentagon reporter Luis Martinez with more.
This is the Alina, the motor transport vessel Alina, which is also under sanctions. And so we saw a team of helicopters take off from the U.S. aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford, which is in the Caribbean. The Navy helicopters then landed, and presumably this was once again a U.S. Coast Guard-led mission with the U.S. military support.
This is the fifth tanker the U.S. has seized and the third in just the last 3 days.
This is what authoritarianism looks like.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari has joined an effort to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in the aftermath of this week's deadly shooting involving ICE agents in Minneapolis.
A woman has been murdered. Silence is no longer neutrality. It is complicity. We must rein in ICE. We must demand accountability, and we must protect our communities from this abuse of power.
Meanwhile, Secretary Noem continues to defend the actions of the agents.
These policies and procedures that follow a use of force situation like this are continuing.
Noem insists Renee Good deliberately attempted to run over an ICE agent before she was shot. A child saved from a trafficker this week.
We took an 8-year-old that was destined for some real bad things. That this child, we're trying to reunite him with his family and get him into a safe and secure spot back home.
Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels says a woman was on her way to deliver the child in Phoenix Wednesday night, traveling through his county and Pinal County when deputies learned of the plan. She was ultimately stopped by a deputy in Pinal County. Investigators say she was paid $500 to traffic the boy, and her own daughter was also in the vehicle at the time. A third suspect charged in the killing of Mercedes Vega in 2023 has been extradited to Maricopa County. Jared Gray is being held on a first-degree murder and charge, and along with some other charges. He had been in custody in Georgia in a separate criminal case. There, prosecutors have already said they would seek death sentences for Sincere Hayes and Cudjoe Young if they are convicted of murdering Vega. The last federal jobs report of 2025 has been released this morning, and it shows December featured sluggish hiring, closing out a year of weak employment gains.
Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, joined Arizona's Morning News to give us his thoughts on the 50,000 jobs that were added in December.
50,000 job gains is pretty weak. It's just above the replacement level.
Silver added that toward the end of 2025, the labor market was weakening, and we had about 1.2 million layoffs. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a pedestrian spotted on the roadway I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 19th Avenue. Tempe with a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound transition. And lastly, Phoenix again one last time with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 northbound near Indian School Road. This report is brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, January 9th through the 11th at the Arizona State Fairgrounds with 1,000 home experts. And more info at mchomeshows.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sunny this afternoon with a high of 61. Plenty of sunshine over the weekend with a high tomorrow of 65, 71 on Sunday. Right now it's mostly sunny and 61 in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you have a great weekend. Monday morning, Andy Biggs joins the Mike Broomhead Show. It happens at 9 a.m.
Every day right after our 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone!
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
Joe, I have to wait for my... my computer is now restarted. Storm system that brought rain to the Phoenix area pelted northern Arizona with snow and hazardous travel conditions, even shutting down I-40 for a spell. Forecasters expect tonight to be the coldest of the year before temperatures rebound later in the week.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you learned to drive in a winter wonderland.
Yeah.
What is the worst that you've ever gotten a car stuck?
It's never happened.
How is that even possible? You've never gotten a car stuck. Not in the mud, not in the snow, nowhere. You've never gotten a car stuck.
So I'll tell you this.
You've never driven in a ditch.
No, I've driven in the snow. I've never gotten stuck. And it's really a miracle because leaving my parents' house, we both have to drive down our driveway, which is pretty steep. I'd say roughly 20 feet from top to bottom.
Yeah.
So when you get home every single day, you got to drive up that sucker, which in the winter, lots of ice.
Yeah.
And then leaving their subdivision, every year growing up, we would watch cars on days where I would get a snow day. And my parents wouldn't be able to make it out of the subdivision to get to work. And we would watch and we would just kind of snicker to each other. We'd be like, is that one going to make it out? And it would be like a little, 2-door Tercel, for instance.
Yeah.
And it'd try to drive up out of what?
We agree. Yep. Pablo and I are giving you kudos. That was a good pull.
Okay.
On a Toyota Tercel.
Thank you.
Very nice.
And try to drive out of the subdivision, and all of a sudden, you just see them sliding back all the way down. No, I've never had to call my dad. I've never gotten stuck. I've never had to go with the kitty litter, the salt, any of that. Never in a car have I gotten stuck.
Oh my God.
I mean, chauffeur.
I've gotten a good Sherpa. Now I have gotten myself in a jam with some, other issues, but never the car.
Never got the car stuck.
No, I'm.
What do you mean you got in jam with other issues?
Well, I mean, I got GI issues, so I've had, like.
Oh, I thought you meant like you got stuck like
No.
yourself. Like I was walking through the snow and my foot got stuck.
No, it's like I've been on a date and been like, okay, gotta go. And then like told her like, sorry, I don't feel well. You should probably just go home. Just like not even wrapping up the date. So, I mean, in that sense, I got stuck.
Were you hoping to not finish the date? Was it like
No, it was like this.
I feel terrible. So you're texting her from the bathroom. Sorry, Crohn's flare up or something?
I wouldn't even say that. I would just say, you should probably just leave. It happened one time. I just was like, I really don't
poor
feel.
girl's like, this guy just disappeared, and then he sent me a message saying
He
I should
probably
leave.
thought I hated her, and I just was.
Oh my gosh!
And she knew I was in the bathroom.
Pablo,
Man.
you've been stuck. Maybe not in snow. You haven't done much snow driving, have you?
Jeez,
No,
you two really
not
should
up
lose
here.
your man card. You got stuck.
I mean, one time I remember driving up north, we had to put on the chains.
Okay, yeah.
So that was
Yeah.
about it.
You know, I've never done that.
I haven't either.
Yeah, they were illegal on Michigan roads.
Oh, I
when
did
was
not know
growing
that.
up. Yeah.
I do have a question about, not everybody has a garage in Michigan, right?
No.
So what happens to the fluids in the car? They freeze overnight?
Nah.
No? Okay.
Nah.
They can go really, really low.
Yeah, I got a
in
vehicle that I
temps.
leave out, and
I was just wondering about that.
I've got a beater truck that I leave out because we still have a house there, and so the garage. My wife puts her car in the garage, and then I've got a bunch of other crap. I can't get both cars in there, so mine just stays out in the snow. It's fine.
So cars can't freeze. A motor, I mean.
Well, they can, but
It would have to get incredibly cold, like sub-zero, way sub-zero.
for a long period of time. Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, like windshield washer fluid is good to 20 or 30 below.
Yep.
Obviously, antifreeze is antifreeze. Yeah. Your oil gets sludgy, but it doesn't freeze. Gas doesn't freeze. You know, the alcohol is not going to freeze up. So, you're.
No, I've gotten stuck out in the sand in all the riverbeds growing up out here.
I figured you're like me, where we would have found some place to take the vehicle,
I always had to take
right?
a shovel in the back when we went out to the desert just
Yes.
in case. A couple of wood. What am I trying to say? Wood platforms.
Yeah. Some planks out there to
some
throw
planks.
under the tires. Yeah. The worst is when you get mud on the planks and then it just spins. The tire just spins on the wood. I hear you. Yep. All right. What do you got?
I got a good one for you.
All right, go ahead.
A new report shows that more women than ever, Chris, are walking away from their marriages because they have, quote, just had enough.
Shh. Let's not do this one.
Let's not do this one.
Yeah, let's not do this one.
I'm going to have to steal one of yours then.
Well, I'm just concerned that my wife is listening and I don't want her to get any ideas.
Oh, I think that's a good reason to do this
All
one.
right, go
Chris,
ahead.
I want to know a couple things here. My favorite. What percentage chance would you say your wife just said enough is enough and was donezo with you, my favorite, Meryl? And would she simply...
The percentage is high enough I'm uncomfortable doing this story, but go ahead.
Would she simply cite that she's just had enough, or would she have a more definitive reason?
Okay, that's a really good question. I hope she's not listening.
Well,
my wife would 100% make sure that I know that it's my fault.
okay.
Yeah. It would be absolutely, she would say, I've had enough, and here's why it's your fault.
Okay.
Yes. That's how she would do it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
In fairness, I would probably do the same thing to her.
Would you?
I mean, if I would never walk away because, I mean, let's face it, I outkick the coverage on that one.
Yeah.
Right? So I wouldn't do that. That would be dumb. But if I were to do that, I would be like 100%, listen, this is not me, this is you. Yeah. I've had enough of you. Yeah, that's what she would 100% make sure I knew it was my fault. Yeah. Hey, check out the latest episode of the AZ Political Podcast out now. This week, Jim Sharp sitting down with Republican State Senator Warren Peterson. He's laying out his party's legislative priorities for the new session. Watch today's episode of the KTAR News YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts. We all know somebody who gives, we all know someone who loves to say, it's going around every year about this time. And if you don't know somebody like that, it's probably you saying it. When you pass the point of stay-at-home sick and you get to see a doctor sick, the last thing you want to deal with is a medical office that just doesn't seem to care about your misery. You're going to find out just how much you should put up with if you're going to get the doctor and the staff that doesn't seem to give two rats about you. That's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds Charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
It's Gatos, and start the new year off with perfect water. Michael is the assistant manager at Aquazona Connecticut, and Michael, you've got a great deal for everyone listening.
For the entire year in 2026, we are offering the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month. You heard that right, $26 a month.
I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. Tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5.
I love how easy and convenient it is to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own kitchen. I enjoy making better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water. I have peace of mind that my baby formula is made with clean water. My family does not have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, and forever chemicals.
In 2026, you pay $26 a month and you own a K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my house. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has been part of the Valley, helping families and communities live healthier lives. With 25 convenient locations, now is the perfect time to join with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full-service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus weekly fitness classes, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and state-of-the-art equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Mountainside Fitness. Lift local.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. The Trump administration is thinking of even more changes to the White House to make room for the ballroom.
The scope of this huge project just continues to grow after tearing down the East Wing here to make way for his massive $400 million ballroom. The president's architect now says that they may also be making changes here to the West Wing. Apparently, the ballroom is so tall, it's going to be as tall as the main residence, and they now want to add a second story to the West Wing to match. The president calling it the Upper West Wing.
That's ABC News' Mary Bruce. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a vehicle fire on the I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near 24th Street. Tempe, disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway, northbound transition. Phoenix crash on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 northbound near Indian School Road. And a look into our surface streets, Glendale, they crash on 91st Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel, where that very same channel is going to bring you Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato starting at 4 o'clock. Bruce joins us in the studio right now, and you'll notice I described it as valet at the worst restaurant in Phoenix.
The quarter zip.
I've got half a mind to give Joe the keys to my car.
So for people that have not seen it on the YouTube channel today, first thing I did, I threw my keys at him today.
There you go.
So he's wearing the white smoking jacket or tuxedo top,
right?
Black T-shirt with donut stain on it.
No donut stain. Where do you see a donut stain?
You keep trying to wipe that spot off, whatever that.
Quit pointing it out.
Yeah. So that's happening. But then did you see the matching pants?
I haven't seen him stand up yet.
Oh.
Go ahead,
you're
Joe.
in for a treat.
All right. This is great.
I like those white sweatpants, Bruce.
He's wearing sweatpants with a tuxedo jacket over a stained black T-shirt. It's amazing this man hasn't found a mate yet.
They're Nikes.
It's really stunning.
Stevie Wonder dresses himself better than this.
I've seen tweakers that have better fashion sense than this guy.
Oh, let me tell you, there is no better fashion sense than laying in bed and just saying, I'm rolling with these today.
Oh, wow. Gosh. You are something else.
Takes all kinds.
I kept the coat on for you.
Hey, I think I asked you earlier this week. We were talking about the flu.
Yes.
It's going around.
I've heard rumors.
Oh, the old women love to say, it's going around.
Things is going around.
Bruce has a cure for it. He just uses alcohol and tussin. Is that what was it?
Swig a tussin?
Swigatussin.
Swigaquill.
That is quill and tussin. That's what,
just a little swig of that. I don't use that little. First thing I do is throw the measuring cup away. Swigatussin, Swigaquill.
So I had a follow-up question for you.
Ready.
We asked you about when do you go to the doctor, and you say never willingly.
Never, not willingly.
Not willingly.
If I'm
right.
unconscious and the ambulance sends me and I end up in an emergency room, okay, there I am.
So I had a follow-up question to that, but do you ever go to any doctor's appointments? You know what? You probably have taken family members to doctor's appointments.
I take mom to doctor's appointments.
All right. Yes. Do you ever get to a doctor's appointment, or if you have somebody and you go, okay, mom's not feeling well, we're going to take her to the urgent care or whatever. You ever see people coming in after you that get seen first?
It's called triage.
Okay.
Is this news to you?
No, I'm familiar with it, but I was just...
The concept of
because
triage?
Oftentimes it doesn't feel like triage.
Doesn't feel like it to you?
Does not feel like it.
Yeah. There is such a thing as triage. And they try to take it's not first come, first serve like a deli.
If it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
They tend to look for, maybe the most critical.
So, but the thing is, I can't always see that.
Fair.
So I might be sitting there, to Joe's point, if it bleeds, it leads. That's not the case. Because I may have a very bloody, I may have a broken arm.
Sure.
But if somebody comes in and they go, I got chest pain, they go back first.
They go first.
Well, they might be having a heart attack.
Right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks
I
for
always
explaining.
appreciate that.
No, you
we just got Joe splained.
Yeah.
How often are you in emergency rooms? I'm starting to get really concerned about you. Are you spending a lot of time in urgent care and emergency rooms? I mean, what's really going on? Maybe
I was
we need to
actually
talk
just
about
asking
this.
you, like, I just want to see how irritated you get if other people get seen first. Like,
Well,
do
I
you
know
say something
if you
or
don't
you just
go,
I'm
what do I
leaving?
care? No, I would never say something.
You're the worst person
I
to
worked as
ask
an
about
EMT
this.
before, so I've been in a lot of emergency rooms on the other side, so I don't get irritated by it. I can tell you the last time I voluntarily went to an emergency room, I had a kidney stone, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I just thought I was dying.
Okay.
And I managed to drive myself to the hospital up here on Bell Road.
Yeah.
And I dragged myself into the emergency room, and I went up to the little window, and I said, I don't know what's happening. I don't feel well. and she said, I think you have a kidney stone. How can you tell from there? She goes, I could tell by the way you walk. And I said, I go, just so you know, I have a little medical experience. I'm cold, I'm clammy, and I'm going into shock, just so we're clear. And she goes, we'll come get you.
We'll get you.
And they came around, brought a little wheelchair and
Can I
took
get
me
your
back.
insurance card?
Yeah. I go, I'm going into shock right now.
I know you weren't at the show meeting today, but if I were to ask
There was a show
Gatos what is planned for the Outspoken program this afternoon, what would he say?
Well, I think there's a certain element of, again, it's the Rorschach test we find ourselves in. There's new video coming out of Minneapolis, and people have their partisan hats on, and they're seeing exactly what they want to see in the video. Truth and facts be damned.
Bonus points if you point out something that Pablo noticed today.
Ooh.
There was a dog in the back seat.
I did not notice that.
There's a dog in the back seat. Imagine if that dog had been shot. I think then the country, actually, all of us would have agreed that the shots shouldn't have been fired.
PCA would
But
have
because
been...
it was a woman protesting politics.
We're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Half of them are okay.
I'm down with that. All right, Outspoken with Bruce St. James Agato starts at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again on Monday, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. So there you are, standing in your living room, and you're looking out, and you're saying, boy, it looks nice and chilly outside. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be so chilly inside. If you're feeling that draft from the cold night, tonight's supposed to be the coldest, coming into your windows, it means it's time. It's time to fix those windows. Because if you're feeling cold in the winter, imagine what's happening to all your air-conditioned air in the summertime. It's going right out the other way. The best time to replace your windows in the Valley is right now. Get them installed before the heat comes back and start saving on your energy bills today. Advanced Window Products celebrating 40 years as a local family-owned Arizona company. Since 1986, they've been building custom vinyl replacement windows right here and selling them direct to homeowners. No middleman markups, no games. Most homes installed in just a day. In Advanced Window Products, they build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. That's labor, that's glass, that's parts, that's all of it covered. Even if you sell the home, it stays with the windows. Even the next homeowner gets it. And right now, they've got the New Year's special. You're going to get $1,250 off when you buy 5 windows or more. Or how about up to $2,500 off when you hit 10 windows or more? Financing is available. Payments as low as $150 a month. In fact, that's probably you're probably going to offset that in your energy savings. No joke. Call 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280 and advancedwindows.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett.
Would I launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? It's okay with me.
More than 70 U.S. House Democrats have signed on to a letter urging the Trump administration to not conduct land strikes against Mexican drug cartels. KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live in the News Center with the details.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton is one of those lawmakers who says it would be detrimental to our economy.
It's Arizona's #1 trading partner, and now it is the United States of America's #1 trading partner. So that would be devastating to the economic partnership that we have.
Stanton says Trump needs to get congressional approval and called it a hostile act without coordination with Mexico. Trump claims 250,000 Americans die a year from drugs. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The House has sent to the Senate a bill that would restore tax credits that help to reduce health insurance premiums for plans bought under the Affordable Health Care Act.
The bill would extend the expired subsidies for 3 more years, and while it made it onto the floor over the objections of Speaker Mike Johnson and passed with the support of 17 Republicans in the House, Senate Majority Leader John Thune says there's no appetite for it among his GOP colleagues on his side of the Capitol. He noted a similar measure fell short of the Senate's 60-vote threshold just last month.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy from Washington. 3 suspects are now behind bars in Maricopa County, facing murder and other charges in the killing of Mercedes Vega in 2023. Jared Gray was extradited to Arizona from Georgia, where he was being held in connection with another criminal case. Prosecutors had previously announced they would seek death sentences for Sincere Hayes and Cudjoe Young if they are convicted of murdering Vega.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Supreme Court is sticking by a lower court decision related to English language learning.
The lawsuit was filed by State Superintendent Tom Horn in 2023 after he demanded schools stop using dual language methods in English language learning courses. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays responded by saying the dual language system had been approved by the State Board of Education and was not the superintendent's jurisdiction. The lower courts ruled the superintendent could not sue the Attorney General over this, and now the Arizona Supreme Court is declining to review the case further. Shira Tanser, KTAR News.
To read more Education Solutions stories, go to KTAR.com/education. Deputies in Cochise and Pinal County say they worked together to rescue an 8-year-old from a child trafficker Wednesday night. Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple says the woman was en route to Phoenix with a boy driving through Cochise and Pinal counties when one of his deputies stopped her.
The boy was obviously coached in his questions. Someone had prepared him for this type of situation because he was being smuggled into the United States for trafficking reasons.
Teeple says the woman later admitted to receiving $500 to traffic the boy. Her own daughter was also inside the vehicle when they were stopped. 23 states and the District of Columbia are being sued by the federal government for refusing to turn over voter information. Arizona is among them.
Driver's license numbers, Social Security numbers. They're asking for everything, much of which we are prevented from sharing because it's a felony in Arizona to do so, and it violates the 1974 Federal Privacy Act.
That's Secretary of State Adrian Fontes in a conversation with the Mike Broomhead Show. He says his office repeatedly told the Department of Justice turning over the voter rolls was against the law, calling the case against Arizona very weak and one with no sensible motive. Traffic and weather now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a vehicle fire on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway eastbound near 19th Avenue. Another vehicle fire in Phoenix on the I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near 24th Street. Tempe with a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on the cord to open your shades? Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Lots of sunshine over the weekend with a high tomorrow of 65, 71 on Sunday. Right now it's mostly sunny and 61 in El Mirage. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. First hour on Friday.
Oh, a lot of people tell you. First hour, especially on a Friday, best of the hours.
It's been a long week, man. It's been a hard week. Jeez,
this week has been a long month.
Who said that a little while? Was that me that said it off the air? Now you just stole my line?
I steal your line?
Well, it's gosh, I got in here Wednesday because I wasn't feeling. I had the flu. I think I had the flu last.
You probably
week.
should have stayed out.
So I missed Monday and Tuesday, and I'm like, I'm exhausted. It's Friday. There's just, it's heavy.
Yeah.
It's a heavy week.
Yeah, it's not fun to talk about.
No, it's not fun to talk about. It's what everybody's talking about. So why don't we update you? We've got new information.
Mm-hmm.
We have the ICE agent's cell phone that captures the fatal confrontation in Minneapolis. If you remember, when this whole thing first started, one of the things that at least I pointed out was, did you see the ICE agent who shot through the car hold a cell phone and record with his other hand? And what I said was, well, can you really do both? Can you really be concentrated on what's happening in front of you if you're holding a phone?
Should you be doing both?
Well, there's a reason that police officers have body cameras.
Right.
That they don't have to hold.
So they don't have to hold their cell phone.
So why don't we go through, why don't we do this? Why don't I play the 47 seconds, Bruce?
This is the new video.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you kind of take us through what it is.
Okay.
All right. So some of this, I don't know how much you're going to get, but it's obviously a much closer up version of what we've seen.
And it is literally the cell phone of the ICE officer as he walks around the vehicle.
Right.
Is that a good way to describe it?
I want you to listen for different voices, and I especially want you to listen to about right at the end, 45 seconds of the 47-second clip.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's play that here on KTAR.
Kind of hectic.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's her speaking to the cop, right?
So I think let's pause it. The woman in the vehicle. That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you guys because her window was down, and we really do get a close look, at the woman who was killed.
She's literally looking at that guy talking to him, right?
Okay.
Okay.
And by the way, from what I understand, her wife is on the street.
That's
on
the one
the road,
standing there
and is recording and is being a pill.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen.
He went to the back of the car with his cell phone and video or took pictures. We know now it's video, but was videoing the license plate.
Fine. No big deal.
Plate when you come talk to us later.
And that here is the voice of the deceased woman's wife.
Partner, wife.
Yeah. The same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Not helpful, by the way.
Yeah.
Not helpful at all.
Free speech.
You can say it. Not helpful, though.
Yeah.
Get out of the car.
Now, here's where it goes bad. Get out of the car. Get out of the blanking car. All right?
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Whoa!
Those are the shots that rang out. Listen carefully to this. So we can't play you what the bleep is.
Oh, okay. That is the officer who was videotaping. The bleeped part. He said something.
He did. He called her an effing B.
Effing B word.
So he just shot 3 bullets into a car.
Into her head.
And decided to use that language.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of things in here that are disturbing. The deceased woman really looked very innocent when she was talking to the police. Hey, I'm not mad at you. We have conflicting things that ICE told her.
I didn't think that was facetious.
I don't either.
Like when she said, "I'm not mad at you." I don't have a quarrel with you. I think was kind of the way I took it.
Her wife, I think, is out of line. Didn't help anything. That being said, I still don't think the ICE agent should have shot 3 bullets into a car. I've been pretty honest about how I feel about that.
Yeah.
But after you do it, you're going to use that language. You don't know if she's alive. You're pretty sure she's dead. You've had a pretty close up look, and you call her a blanking B, and it tells us a lot.
Sure, it does.
It tells us a lot. It tells us that at least this officer doesn't value life. That's what you say if you don't value life. I'll give you another example. When he went to check on her, did he value life?
He after her car crashed,
right?
And he went to a stop when he hit a parked car.
Right. What is he trained to do?
Render aid. That's
okay.
per policy.
Did he check for a pulse?
No.
No, he didn't do any of that. What he did was he walked down, saw that she was bleeding out, and he turned around and walked back to his position. That tells me you don't value life. A reasonable person, after killing someone, and you can think that she's in the wrong all day. Mm-hmm. I understand that. I'll concede it in this case, even though I disagree with it. I concede it. Let's say that she's wrong. She's 100% wrong. You're supposed to be better than that. You're a federal agent.
Well, they're trained to de-escalate. Or
right.
Some are.
Okay, it wasn't de-escalated, obviously. No one de-escalated any situation. But if you can't handle a mild public disturbance, which is exactly what that was, if you can't handle that without resorting to lethal force, maybe you shouldn't be strutting around the street like a tough guy and calling someone an effing B. Because that tells me everything I need to know about this agent. You don't care about life. And let me say this. If that was a cop in Phoenix, can't have that guy or gal on the street. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
It is dangerous. You can't talk like that after you kill somebody. Because all you're showing me is anger and hatred, even if the woman is 100% in the wrong. You can't act like that.
We have seen officer-involved shootings where the suspect fired at cops. You know what I'm saying? A dangerous felon shooting at police. Police shoot back and strike them. As soon as they kick the gun away,
they're rendering aid.
I've seen officers immediately begin to render aid to someone they just shot.
Yeah. Someone who shot at them.
And shot at them. Exactly.
So, as I said, conceding that if you guys or gals, you're out there, you think the woman's wrong, fine. Let's just go with that. This isn't how you act if you're an ICE agent. But
I expect it from ICE agents.
See, here's the thing, Bruce, and I hear that you say that.
We've got the brown-shirted thugs on the street executing Americans.
I get it. But that wasn't ICE of a year ago. That wasn't ICE of 2 years ago.
No.
That's not the ICE of 5 years ago.
Agreed.
This is a totally different thing. Because they're aggressive immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. They are looking for a fight. They are not there to de-escalate. And I was thinking about this.
What is the jurisdiction here? I mean, did they believe that she was in the country illegally? Did they have a warrant for her?
I don't think they care, Bruce.
Yeah,
I don't think
they do either. And I think they're acting outside the law, by the way.
I do too, because if you look at it, is there a reason for that officer to tell her to get out of the car or to grab the door and open it? There isn't.
Yeah. What's your probable cause? What's going on?
You have no probable cause.
Yeah.
Even if you're blocking
You're doing traffic enforcement?
Yeah, I mean.
Is ICE doing traffic enforcement because she was in the middle of the street?
Yeah. And I was thinking about this as I drove in. Thinking about how these, they're not professional law enforcement. Listen, I was always a supporter of ICE. They did a job. We need to deport people who shouldn't be here. I understand that. I understand it. I don't know who these guys are. Mm-hmm. These are not this is different. And it made me think on my way in here, wow. The cops here in Arizona, thank God for them. Because you know what? Listen, not in every case, I get it, but we have Arizona police officers that most of the time aren't aggressively trying to rip you out of a car. We've got Arizona police officers who are not looking for a fight. They don't want to do that. We've got Arizona cops that try and de-escalate. Doesn't always work out. I understand that. But we have Arizona cops who, if they see someone that, like I've seen so many videos of ICE agents tackling people.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
By the way, not against the law to run.
It's a blindside tackle.
Not against the law to run away from a cop. And it's literally not a misdemeanor, not a felony.
So over the top.
Yeah. Not against the law.
And it makes me
not against the law to call them what I would like to call them to their face.
It's not.
And would if I ran into them. Just to be clear, I am anti-ICE. Let's get one thing. They are murderous thugs on the streets of our city, murdering American citizens. Full stop, period.
It's hard to... I'd love to argue that, and I can't.
I think they're going to run into trouble in Arizona because they're going to try to pull people out of cars in Arizona, and about half of them have guns.
And it's going to be terrible.
And you know what? If a masked guy walks up to my car and tries to open up the door, I have a remedy for that. And I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 8. If they're going to shoot first, then guess what? I think there's a lot of citizens going to go, I'll take my chances.
If
they're not going to be constrained by any reasonable law,
no, they're not
why
constrained.
should I be?
No, they don't listen
I
to
don't
anything.
think they are.
No.
Absolutely not.
I would, and I want to be really clear.
I do not respect them, and I do not want them on my streets, period.
I don't either. Not these guys.
Yeah.
I would not.
And I don't care. Hey, by the way, if you don't like it,
I would not have said this and agreed with some of the stuff that you said.
Yeah.
1 year ago today. I want to be really clear.
I never had a problem with ICE before.
Never.
Obama deported, 3.5 million people? You never heard of
January
ICE shooting and killing people?
In January of 2025, when we knew that they were going to do raids, I never thought I'd feel this way.
Yeah.
I never would have said any of this stuff a year ago. Absolutely
This is
never.
where we're at?
This is where we are.
This is the America we live in.
This is absolutely
We're
the
going to have
America we
armed
live in.
insurrection at some point. And you know what?
I hope not.
Yeah, we'll see. Might
But
be here for it.
I think we have to. Maybe it's taken me longer. I don't know.
Okay.
But there's no doubt. I mean, you can't just sit here and say this is the same ICE of the past.
No.
It's not even close.
No.
This is not professional
The ones who
law
are
enforcement.
chasing brown people around Home Depot
Remember,
parking lots.
They
Yeah.
shot a white woman.
Yeah.
So they don't care.
Oh, no.
And
it's lawlessness.
It is.
And they will not be held accountable.
A disgrace.
There will be no investigation, and nothing will come of it. But we'll see. Maybe when the next election comes around, we can hold them all criminally responsible. You know what? Open up another gulag if you want. I'm all for it.
Last one. Let me put a bow
Go
on this.
ahead.
I really do think this is a time where we should say, hey, we're blessed to have the cops that protect us on the road.
Well, keep in mind,
here in Arizona.
Minneapolis police were not involved in this. Phoenix police aren't involved in this. No, they don't act like this.
You see how they act.
Yeah.
You see how officers act.
Professional.
And it's not always good. I understand that. But my goodness, what I have seen over the last year and over the last 48 hours is a disgrace.
Yeah.
And they are not professional law enforcement. This is not the ICE that we knew and that we know. This is a totally different deal. And if you don't get that, you better get with the times, because this country has changed.
Yeah. And for the snowflakes, by the way, this is, I'm going to echo something somebody said. Gun ownership in the First Amendment is to stand up to a tyrannical government. Unlike some of you, I stand up to all tyrannical governments, not just one, not just because it might be the one that I voted for. I'm opposed to tyrannical government, full stop, period. And it's why I go pretty well armed. The iPhone is 19 years old today. Was life better without it? We're going to talk about that, but a quick shout out to everyone listening in Tempe, all the Tempeans. Thank you guys for spending time with us today. Shout out to Tempe. Let's do a check of the headlines right now.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:21, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. President Trump meeting with top oil and gas executives at the White House today, hoping to get them to invest in Venezuelan oil.
President Trump met with nearly 24 top oil and gas executives Friday and announced a plan where their companies would spend at least $100 billion to rebuild oil infrastructure in Venezuela. The president seemed to be making a sales pitch, working to convince the executives that it was smart business to go into the country after years of instability. The president claiming,
and you'll have total safety, total security. One of the reasons you couldn't go in is you had no guarantees, you had no security, but now you have total security. It's a whole different Venezuela.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane, I-17 northbound near Camelback Road. Phoenix again, crash blocking the right-hand lanes, Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway, southbound near Baseline Road. A look into our surface streets, Chandler with a crash on McQueen Road and Pecos Road. This report is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Never take lights off the roof again. Install AZ Trimlight this January and save 20%. Visit aztrimlight.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All righty. Appreciate it, Enrique. Hey, did you know the iPhone is 19 years old today? No exaggeration. January 9th, 2007. Steve Jobs, then the CEO, the guru at Apple, I think it's safe to say, a man who fundamentally changed life for the world, not just Americans, stood on stage at their Apple meetings, and he made a pretty amazing announcement. Is that fair to say? Because it was pretty cool when it happened.
So, 3 things. A widescreen iPod with touch controls, a revolutionary mobile phone, and a breakthrough internet communications device.
Okay, 3 things.
An iPod, a phone, and an internet communicator. An iPod.
Let's try this again.
A phone. Are you getting it? These are not 3 separate devices. This is one device.
There it is.
Like, I don't know if, like, people today, you damn kids today, I don't think you realize, like, how revolutionary that was. Like, I think one of the amazing things about Apple, and when you talk about, like, the iPhone as an example, we didn't know we needed it. We didn't know we couldn't live without it. We didn't know that was a thing. Like, they invented a thing.
It's great to be connected, but it also is detrimental to society.
So here's the argument. Are we better off or worse off for the invention of the iPhone?
It's such awesome technology, and no one is going to say that they love their phone. I love my phone. It's awesome. If I need the weather, there you go. If I need to make a call, there you go. If I want to text somebody, it's got everything.
Literally.
Got everything. But really, has it made us better? I mean, it led to us being so connected at every second of every day. No, that doesn't make us better, but we really can't go back.
Yeah, I just, like, I know this is going to sound silly. I don't remember what it's like before I had an iPhone. I don't remember what it was like. It was only, I guess, 19 years ago. But I don't remember a time when you couldn't just pick it up and have access to the world. Right?
It's incredible.
Absolutely crazy.
When something happens and it's big, you know about it immediately.
Instantly.
Yeah, immediately. Because let's say you're sitting at a restaurant, and I'll give you an example. A few years ago, 5 years ago, Kobe Bryant was killed.
Oh, God.
I was at a restaurant.
Yeah.
And everybody's phone started to
get those little alerts.
And you look at it, and you're horrified, and everybody
kind of went around the room. Yeah.
And so we're all so connected. But, part of the bad part of all this stuff is we all know what everybody's thinking now.
There is that.
Right? When a tragedy happens, like in Minneapolis, there's hate on both sides of the political aisle, and you hear about it immediately, and you can't get away from it, and it ruins your day.
Yeah.
And so is it better off? Are we better off? I don't think so. I think also social media has led to a ton of, But
that kind of came
with kids
after the iPhone, right?
2010?
Yeah, but because, I think to their they didn't know what it would become.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They built a platform.
Think Steve Jobs would like that we have this in our
I don't know. I bet you he wouldn't let his kids on it.
At every second of every day?
Yeah, he probably would restrict his kids.
I don't think he'd like it.
I think it was an argument behind that.
But was that what it was made for? so that we could carry a computer around and be on it all the time. No.
Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. Melanie Burkett's going to do that for us. And coming up next, where exactly is the economy headed? We got the first jobs report of the year. We'll share it with you. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Shane Orlando. After an accident, your safety matters. At Orlando Auto Body, we make sure your vehicle is repaired the right way. We're certified by top manufacturers, use precision color matching, and stand behind our work with a lifetime warranty. We'll even help you with your deductible and work with all major insurance companies. Family owned and operated here in the Valley for over 35 years. Visit OrlandoAutobody.com for a location near you.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Sanderson Ford is Arizona's largest Ford dealership. They're also #1 in both sales and complete customer satisfaction. This is truly Sanderson Ford country, and people are singing their praises.
Across the green desert.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez.
To where the mountains touch the sky.
Owner Sanderson Ford David Kimmerly.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Owner of Rosie on the House, Rosie Romero.
Where Arizona's pride.
92.3 KTAR News Talk host Mike Broomhead.
Sanderson Ford country.
98.7 Arizona sports host John Gambadoro.
Built on serving you.
102.5 KNIX country host Tim Hattrick, a.k.a. Johnny Maverick.
Sanderson Ford.
Mix 96.9 host Priscilla Ornelas.
Satisfacción en todo para usted.
Sanderson Ford General Manager Mark Whittar.
We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
This is Sanderson Ford country.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. It's the place I've trusted with my own estate plan, so I know how important this is, Stuart. So, and most people think trusts are just for the wealthy, but here in Arizona, definitely not the case, right?
That's right, Jim. And, look, without a trust, it's very likely that your estate is going to go through probate, which means that it's the courts that decide who gets your money. Oh. It's costly, it's public, and oftentimes super stressful for families. A trust keeps things private. It avoids delays, ensures the right people inherit your money, and we don't stop at one document. We create a full estate planning portfolio with wills, power of attorneys, healthcare directives, and living wills for end-of-life decisions.
The way my 10 and 12-year-old fight over everything, I can't imagine them fighting over my estate. So contact Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax and get a free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The AZ529 Art Contest is back, and I can't wait to see what careers Arizona students are dreaming of this year. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, and I'm excited to give Arizona kindergarten through 6th graders another opportunity to draw their dream jobs and a chance to win $529 towards an AZ529 education savings plan. Dream, draw, win, and start saving for your future. For complete rules and to submit drawings, visit az529.gov by February 8th.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. I'm Melody Burkett.
So we're going to have to do our best to make sure that people's rights are defended and then we keep the peace in the meantime.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says lawmakers need to take every legal option they can to push back on potential increased ICE operations in the valley. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
On whether or not ICE will increase its presence in the valley, Senator Ruben Gallego says he doesn't know the details, but that there is, quote, something coming. In light of an ICE agent shooting and killing a Minneapolis woman, Gallego said today the agency lacks accountability.
For us that have been here in Arizona, we dealt with the Sherrodora piles of the day. We dealt with a lot of extreme policing that was racially profiling, but there was accountability at the end. There is no accountability because of the president and the vice president.
That as VP J.D. Vance continues to defend the ICE agent who shot Renee Good in Minneapolis, he's taken to social media saying the involved officer is innocent. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
President Trump said the U.S. would be taking action with regard to Greenland, quote, whether they like it or not.
President Trump said the U.S. would be taking action with regard to Greenland, quote, whether they like it or not.
If we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
The comments are another escalation in the president's approach to Greenland, which he says is critical to U.S. national security. The White House has said all options are on the table, including using the U.S. military. President Trump on Friday.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Eyes on Education.
The Peoria Unified School District is considering shutting down 2 schools next year, which could have ripple effects at schools across the district.
The Peoria Unified Governing Board voted last night to move on to the planning and community hearing stage of a potential closure plan for Kachina and Pioneer Elementary schools. Part of that plan would switch Cactus High School into a 7th through 12th model to help balance students. Future high schooler Blakely Slayer doesn't like that idea.
I just think the maturity levels and everything is really off, and it wouldn't be a good mix because high school is high school and junior high is junior high for a reason.
Blakely adds she may not have chosen Cactus as her high school if she had known it would include younger students, but now open enrollment is closed. Shira Tanser, KTAR News.
To read more Education Solutions stories, go to KTAR.com/education. The Trump administration putting student loan borrowers on notice as they seek to begin repayment plans paused by the pandemic.
For the first time in more than 5 years, the Education Department is now notifying borrowers that they will have money taken out of their paychecks if they've defaulted on their student loans. Most loans are in default if you haven't made a payment for 270 days or more.
That's ABC's Elizabeth Schulte. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix, we have an injury accident blocking the HOV lane on State Route 51 northbound at Highland Avenue. So the HOV lane is currently blocked at the moment, but the centermost lane is currently still open, so they're feeding traffic through that. Expect a little bit of delays as they're doing cleanup. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane, I-17 northbound near Camelback Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes, Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, southbound near Baseline Road. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP weight loss medication, a $2.99 value when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sunshine over the weekend with a high tomorrow of 65, high of 71 on Sunday. Right now it's mostly sunny and 63 in Chandler. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you have a great weekend. Monday morning, Andy Biggs joins the Mike Broomhead Show. It happens at 9 a.m.
All righty. We are outspoken. It's Bruce and Gatos. Happy Friday to you guys. Appreciate you spending a little bit of time with us. So,
Thank God it's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday. First Friday of the month. Whoopee! We get the jobs numbers. Wait a minute. It's not the first Friday of the month?
I think the second was the first Friday of the month. Today's the 9th.
Oh, my God, it was. Why are we getting the jobs numbers today?
My guess is that it was the day after New Year's.
Because it was a holiday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Before I rudely interrupted you.
No, that's all right.
What you were getting at was we get the jobs report.
We did get the jobs report.
On the first Friday of every month.
Yeah.
And we didn't get it on the 2nd, but we did get it today on the 9th, and it tells us a little bit about the economy.
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's fair to say there are always conflicting information when these things come out. And there's also a concern is, can you believe the numbers ever since they fired the guy who was doing the numbers and Trump didn't like the numbers?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can buy the numbers, good or bad. I don't trust it.
So in December, the U.S. economy added 50,000 jobs. And just over 500,000 for the calendar year, 2025. That is the worst year for job gains outside of a recession in over 20 years.
So here's the question. Why did these numbers come out? You have to ask that question. Did it come out because these are the real numbers? Or, I mean, because if the president doesn't like these numbers, he's going to fire somebody and they're going to put a bunch of BS numbers in there.
There's a chance that that's going to happen.
Well, but I don't know what to believe.
Or is there enough going on right now they think, put the numbers on?
Can I say this? What if it was 20,000 jobs and they just bumped it up to 50? I don't know.
Who knows? Right.
What if they were...
Maybe they lost jobs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Or the new person that's doing the jobs, I don't know, it could be 150.
Now, the
I don't know what to believe.
unemployment rate stayed about the same, 4.4, 4.5, so it's right there, kind of holding in that number, which is not bad. But
50,000 jobs is bad.
Well, and for the year, again, 2025, I don't know if you saw this. If you take the month of April, what happened in April? All of the job gains, a huge majority of them, happened in the month of April. Outside of that, it was 11 sucky months of jobs.
Yeah, I said this last year, and I like how you always repeat it. You've got to just white knuckle it. You got to hold on to your job right now as long as you can until certain things start to improve. A lot of economists have said expect a recession this year. That doesn't mean it's always the president's fault. These recessions happen every several years.
The economies are cyclical.
Right.
And economies don't care about presidential cycles and 4 years. Economies are cyclical, and I think it's reasonable, and I think people understand, we've become acutely aware that we are part of a global economy and that ripples halfway across the world can impact us here. We remember when the boat got stuck sideways in the Suez Canal, as an example. Like, there are things that happen a world away that still impact us because we're so interconnected. I think one of the issues, though, is that so many of the challenges that businesses and industries had with jobs this year are based on one person's idea of how an economy should work and tweeting random tariffs to countries around the planet.
Supreme Court was supposed to today it was looking like they were going
in Oregon,
about the tariffs.
Yeah. We won't get that ruling though until June.
That's terrible.
Is that when they come? I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
they hear all the arguments and they release everything. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't. It's hard to argue that the tariffs were good.
So here are the sectors that lost jobs.
All right.
Construction, manufacturing, retail, transportation, and warehousing. That's everything, isn't it? Those are the ones that were retracting. Not only not hiring, we're actively getting rid of people.
Yeah.
Now, is that some of that also being driven by AI? New technologies taking the place of humans? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But it's really difficult to figure out, what's that percentage?
So I'm looking at a year ago.
Okay.
So you said the jobs report, December of 2025, there were 50,000, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Added 50,000 in the month of December.
Okay. In the month of December in 2024.
I'm looking at that. Okay, you're doing it. I'm trying to follow.
300,000 jobs. It's a big difference.
323 to be exact.
Big difference.
Yeah.
But, I mean, and I'm not comparing. I'm comparing, yeah. I don't remember why. I don't really remember that. I don't remember why. But that's a huge difference year to date.
Yeah.
In 2024 in December, 323,000 jobs created. 2025 December, 50,000.
Well,
it's a big difference.
I mean, there's no way to argue it. Over the last 6 months, we are in negative job growth.
Yeah.
The last 6 months,
right?
There are fewer jobs in America than there were.
But people, and I guess why I'm making the point is, are people saying that, well, in December, nobody's hired. I can go back to 2023 in December, 269,000.
Well,
jobs.
and because remember we heard this, their seasonal hiring especially.
Yeah.
That a lot of retail hires people, maybe transportation needs more people, Christmas presents, things like that, boxes, stuff are moving around.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much.
No. 2022, December, 126,000.
Yeah, December's always been a kind of a
50
decent month.
50,000 jobs in 2025 in December is garbage.
Yeah, not good.
That's bad. It's fact. It's bad. You blame Trump. I don't care. I don't blame him. I don't really know. I don't know.
I think it's a combination of things. But tariffs are a big part of that. Yeah. And tariffs
companies
have not been passed by Congress.
Right.
Have no thought behind them other than retaliation or what side of the bed he wakes up on.
Right.
They come, they go.
When things cost more, companies cut back. And you know what you've seen in 2025 in December? Companies cutting back.
Got rid of people in many ways.
They cut back on people.
Or they just didn't hire. And I think one of the scariest things, and I've seen a couple articles about this, is companies that are being able to either maintain or grow like sales, but with less people. And figuring out how to do it with less people.
And that doesn't directly go into, well, Trump's the worst.
No, I mean, but the AI could be a part of that. Technology could be a part of that.
You mentioned it's a few different things.
Yeah.
I think it could be AI. I think it could be partly the president with the tariffs. Stupid idea.
Combination of things. Yeah. But none of them are good for the economy. How's that? Is that a good way to put it?
Not good.
All right. Hey, the trophy wife phenomenon. You've got a trophy wife.
Oh, goodness.
You're like a kept man.
Am I a kept man?
You should be so lucky. It's now been turned upside down. We'll explain it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Advanced window products at my house earlier this week. Final measurements. I'm getting new windows. I'm hiring the best company in Arizona, Advanced Window Products. I'll tell you why they're the best company in Arizona. Number one, local. You always got to go with a local company. Local window and door manufacturing company. Number two, family owned and operated. I'm sending you to people I know. I am sending you to people I have sat down with numerous times. I am sending you to people who have been in business for 40 years. You want someone that's been in business 40 years replacing your windows. End of story. You need the best. You need the most skilled. You need the most experience. This is what I'm talking about with Advanced Window Products, okay? They're special right now. $1,250 off 5 or more windows, or $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Just mention Gatos. All right. AdvancedWindows.com. Go to AdvancedWindows.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million, or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Arizona's voter data is at the center of a lawsuit by the U.S. Department of Justice.
Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fuentes tells the Mike Broomhead Show the lawsuit, focused on voter data like driver's license and social security numbers, is frankly illegal.
We heard grumblings about these sorts of requests in late spring, early summer. In late July, I think we had our first request in a letter from the DOJ. We answered in August. They asked again. We answered them again. We kept telling them, no, it's against the law.
He tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's suspicious of what he says were continuously changing reasons the Justice Department kept presenting to request voter data. He adds a big issue is the DOJ asking for individual voter data as opposed to Arizona state election practices, adding he thinks the case overall is very weak. Brandon King, KTAR News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash off left I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 67th Avenue. In Phoenix, that crash that was blocking the HOV lane is now moved off right, and that is on the State Route 51 northbound at Highland Avenue. Looking towards Surface Street, Glendale, they crash on 59th Avenue and Maryland Avenue. This report is brought to you by AMCO Arizona. Stop ignoring the warning signs on your dashboard and get your car ready for 2026. Google AMCO to find the nearest location near you today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
The latest federal jobs report shows you'll probably keep the job you have, but looking for a job right now is not a place you want to be. What does it mean for Arizona? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, for Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
Money Monday, folks. Money Monday.
Was he just listening to us? I think he was just listening. Take it.
It's Money Monday.
That's Gatos. I'm Bruce. We are outspoken, for goodness sakes. You always heard the comment like a trophy wife, right?
Yeah.
Trophy wives. Well, guess what? Apparently, there's such a thing as a trophy husband. I didn't know it either, by the way. I'm learning these things.
All right.
And there's some funny, I think it's funny. Find out. Funny, what do you want to call it? Trends that we're noticing. There was a study from the people that did study. They tracked 4,000 couples over 20 years. This is quite a data set. And they found that, you know what? Both husbands and wives adjust their physical fitness and looks in a way to correspond with whichever spouse makes more money.
Oh, it's a money thing. Okay.
Whichever one makes more money. For example, they found that men whose wives earn more money than they do.
Men.
Okay. whose wives make more money
Yep.
tend to work out a lot more. They're in the gym. I got to keep up. I can't afford to get a little flabby around the middle. Should find somebody else.
Because they're not working.
Well, I got all this extra time.
She's the breadwinner. And,
I better do that, right?
It's
Husband's body mass index dropped and their exercise frequency increased with men whose wives earn more money than
interesting.
them.
Yeah.
Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah. And, you hear a lot of men say, I'm fine if my wife makes more money. I'm fine with it. It's great for the family.
Sure.
I don't know what the percentage is, but I know deep down a lot of guys hate that.
They feel it's like emasculating, right? Yeah.
It's an ego thing. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And some guys are fine with it. Some men are fine with it.
Now, by the way, this pattern works in reverse, and I think we've all seen an example of this as well. When husbands are making more money,
okay,
and their income is going up, the wives become more physically active. They go to the gym more. Their BMI decreases as they have to, in some way, consciously or subconsciously, we got to keep up with this.
I think in a marriage,
you're batting over your average right now. Your wife is, you ought to be in the gym like 5 days a week now.
I should. But I've already given up because there's no way I can keep up with her.
She is stunning.
A beautiful woman.
Yes.
Inside and out.
She's a wonderful lady.
But there's no way to compete. So
how do you compete? You just given up competing.
No, what am I going to do?
What can you compete on?
Well,
the way you dress? Like, what are you doing?
I could go get Botox.
You could.
And you know what? Might be a good idea. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm fine with that.
I don't think you don't have a wrinkly face. I don't think Botox would do much for you.
I think if you look at me on the YouTube channel
right now,
I think I've got one good side that's like a 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like a Scottsdale 10.
A Scottsdale 10.
And then the other side of my face I would call like
a Gilbert 5?
Like, a Utah 6.
A Utah 6.
Because everybody has one good side of their face.
Is that how that works?
Oh, this is the good side.
I haven't figured that out. I think mine's when I'm leaving, unfortunately. Yeah.
I think if your wife is beautiful and you think that, and you're a decent looking guy, but you're not nearly as good looking, what are you going to do?
Right.
I mean, you don't have as much hair as you used to have. Your face droops a little bit. I've got to bring something to the table, so maybe I'll try and keep my job for the next year.
Yeah. I was going to say.
What do I have?
That might not be a
Can I go on my looks alone? A lot of people would say yes.
It's interesting, though, because, again, they looked at it over 20 years. So imagine over 20 years, there's going to be some shifts. Maybe you got a promotion at work. Maybe one of them lost their job. You know what I'm saying? There's economic shifts over 20 years.
Right.
And they literally, 4,000 couples over 20 years said that there is, well, it's not a one-to-one correlation. The minute one of them starts making more, the other one starts working on being more attractive.
Again, in a marriage, you always want to bring something to it.
Bring something to the table.
Of course.
What do you bring to the table?
Well, I do have a good job.
Okay. All right.
They overpay me here like you wouldn't even believe.
You do.
And so that's good. I don't cheat.
You're loyal.
I'm loyal.
Yeah.
I am not stupid.
You're very polite. Like, I, by the way, I don't like saying nice things about Gatos. It's not in my contract. He opens the door for everywhere we go. I see him open the door for car doors, everything. You go around, open the door for the Gatos.
Everybody has to bring something to a marriage. And you know what? Like, it doesn't always have to be money. It could be everything's totally different.
Stunning good looks you could bring to it. Yeah, just saying.
Botox.
Or
2026.
Botox. Checking the headlines are on the way. We're going to get you up to speed on everything that's going on. And after the shooting of a woman by an ICE agent, it's not Trump's job to bring the temperature down in this country. We'll talk about that next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, we were just talking about looks and, how to make yourself feel better about yourself. And I halfway joked about Botox, but let's be honest, it might help a little bit. What about your teeth? Do you like your teeth? Many of you don't. You've got broken or missing teeth, and you hide your smile, and you don't like to be in pictures. And if you are, your mouth is closed. Someone at the office says something funny, and you laugh out loud. You're making sure you put your hand right over your mouth so nobody sees your teeth. And I'm here to tell you, the technology is here, and I'm sending you to Aria Dental Implant Center. I will only send you to the best places. And this is the best place. This is your health. You are going to have the ARIA difference. You're going to be glad you went to ARIA Dental Implant Center when you meet Dr. Joe and his expert team. He has decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. The price tag when you're done is going to be so much less than anywhere else you go. Anywhere else. So go see my good friend, Dr. Joe, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and if you're like me, your vision matters. Now, I have to wear readers for everything on a page, anything within arm's length, and I hate it. I want to get rid of them. I went to K2 Vision RLE, and I'm going to be getting the procedure. No more readers for me, and I'll never have to worry about a cataract for the rest of my life. I was so impressed with my consultation. Make an appointment at K2VisionRLE.com. You can even do it over Zoom. Make an appointment, K2VisionRLE.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett.
Would I launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? It's okay with me.
President Donald Trump threatens U.S. military action against Mexican drug cartels, claiming 250,000 Americans die each year from drugs.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton is among the more than 70 U.S. House Democrats to sign on to a letter cautioning against the military strikes in Mexico.
What President Trump is talking about, though,
is acting inside of Mexico unilaterally without working with the Mexican government. That would be considered a very hostile act.
He explains Mexico is Arizona's and America's #1 trading partner, adding military action south of the border would be dangerous and detrimental to the economy. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Supreme Court upholds a lower court decision about a lawsuit brought by Superintendent Tom Horn against dual language models.
The court's decision states the state superintendent does not have the ability to sue the attorney general, governor, or school districts over a dual language teaching method being used for English language learners. In 2023, Superintendent Horn filed the lawsuit after requesting the dual language system not be used in classrooms. The Attorney General said the teaching method had been approved by the State Board of Education and was not up to the superintendent to monitor. Now the Supreme Court has declined to review the case and ruling. Shira Tanzar, KTAR News.
An 8-year-old boy is being reunited with his family after 2 Arizona sheriffs say he was rescued from a child trafficker. Pinal County Deputy Greg Sanders says he stopped a vehicle Wednesday night after the plot was uncovered as a woman drove the child through the Cochise and Pinal counties.
While confronting her, she finally admits to being paid $500 to bring this boy. She has no idea where she's taking him. She has to wait for information on where she needs to go and who she's going to drop him off to.
Sheriffs Ross Steeple and Mark Daniels say the woman was to drop the boy off in Phoenix. Her daughter was also in the vehicle when she was stopped. An arrest has been made following a threat against Yunker High School in Buckeye yesterday. Police say a teen threatened a shooting at the school through an Instagram post. 18-year-old Isaiah Chavez was arrested at his home last night. He faces a number of charges. The last federal jobs report of 2025 has been released this morning, and it shows December featured sluggish hiring, closing out a year of weak unemployment gains.
Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, joined Arizona's Morning News to give us his thoughts on the 50,000 jobs that were added in December.
50,000 job gains is pretty weak. It's just above the replacement level.
Silver added that toward the end of 2025, the labor market was weakening, and we had about 1.2 million layoffs. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
You can hear the entire interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. Now, a look on traffic, and from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Tempe with a crash blocking the center lanes. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Scottsdale Road. Glendale with a crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Agua Fria, westbound near 59th Avenue. And lastly, Mesa with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound near Alma School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Lots of sunshine on tap this weekend with a high tomorrow of 65, 70 degrees on Sunday. Currently it's 60 degrees in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken, everybody, with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the show.
A lot of people tell you second hour, best of the hours. All right.
Little later, we're going to get to the new cell phone footage from the tragic incident in Minneapolis.
Yes.
It's telling. I don't know if it's going to change anybody's mind at this point, but there are things in it that we didn't hear before that we do now.
Yeah, different audio, yes.
And so I think it's worth talking about in about 25 minutes.
All right, we will dig into that, all right?
So, I'd like to talk about the Minneapolis shooting in a little bit of a different way.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just be real raw, okay? I'm going to admit something that I'm not particularly proud of. So we talk about this issue, and I think if you've listened over the last few days, and if you haven't, I mean, my mind is very made up. I think it was an unnecessary shooting. I think we're all on the same page. Hate what happened. But, you know, as a Christian man, and I fail every day at trying to do as good a job as I can, I want to admit something. So this happened on Wednesday. And so the way that what I do is when I go to bed at night, that is when I pray. And so Wednesday night, when all this stuff is raw, you know, I get into bed. My wife's probably been there for an hour and she's sleeping. And that is when it is quiet in my home. And that is when I'm alone with the Lord. And that is where I thank him for all the blessings. You know, sometimes you have to look for the blessings. Sometimes it's right in your face and you're like, my goodness, thank you so much. Thank you. You know, thank you for good health. Thank you for this. And I just wanted to pray for the country because it was such a bad day. The incident was so bad. The fallout was bad. There was hatred on both sides. And I just prayed to God, we're going in the wrong direction. You know, we're going in the wrong. We have a woman who was shot in the face 3 times, and her kids are without a mom. And in my opinion, and I didn't tell God this, but because, you know, it was a completely unnecessary death. And I just wanted to pray for Renee Good.
I think God knows that, by the way.
What?
It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to pray for her because it was so terrible. And she wasn't in the right on a few things. There's no question about that. I mean, I wish if we could go back and change it, I wish we could change everything, right? And, you know, was she innocent in everything? No. Did she deserve to get shot and killed? No. And so I was just praying to God about her. And I said I wanted to admit something. What popped into my mind is, as a Christian man, and it's Wednesday night, and this whole thing is raw, I'm so angry at that ICE officer. And in my mind, I know I'm supposed to pray for him. I didn't want to do it. So I'm in bed, I'm under the covers, head on the pillow, thankful for a place to sleep, thankful for an amazing wife who's right next to me, you know, roof over your head. Not everybody gets that. And so I pray for this woman who, yeah, she made some mistakes, there's no doubt. And then it's like time to, you know, it's time to pray for the officer. And I know that I should do it, and I didn't want to do it. I mean, even though I think he's wrong, I know I should pray for him. Because I'm so mad at the officer for doing that. And I know that many of you disagree with what I'm saying. That's okay. You know, you have to think about what he's going through. Now, there's a new video that's out today, and he called her a terrible name after he killed her. Terrible. And I'm thinking, okay, you know, at the time, this is Wednesday, he just killed somebody. Maybe he's in bed like me, and he's like, what did I do? And I tried to do the right thing, or I can't believe that she's dead, or he feels bad, there's sorrow, or I don't know. I mean, you know, when you kill somebody, I don't know how this feels. You kill somebody.
I know I do, yeah.
I mean, you've got a reaction one way or another. But when he walked up to the body, took a quick look, turned right around like he didn't care, walked back to his position, you know, can you give him some grace there and say maybe he was in shock? Or maybe he didn't give a damn. Mm-hmm. And I don't know the answer. And so on that Wednesday night, when this whole thing is fresh, I know as a Christian, I know I should pray for him. I didn't want to do it. I didn't do it. And that's not a good job by me. If I'm going to talk the talk and walk the walk, I've got to do, you know, what God wants me to do. And that's, you know, love him and love people, no matter what they have done. So that was Wednesday. Thursday comes around. Bruce, in bed, once again, ready to go and pray, right?
We're running through the week, yeah.
And I know, in the back of my mind, I'm definitely going to pray for Renee Good. I know that. Again, she didn't do everything right, but I'm going to pray for her. She lost her life. And then it comes time where I think he's putting it in my head. You going to pray for the man now? Are you going to pray for the ICE officer? Even if you don't think what he did was right, even if you don't think he was doing his job, even if you don't think he was in harm's way, even if you don't think he cared after he killed this woman. And I can't say that definitively because we just don't know.
You don't know what's in his heart.
Yeah. Thursday night, I'm laying in bed, and I'm trying, man. And so when you're in bed and it's night and it's quiet, and maybe that's when some of you pray. I'm laying there for 5 minutes. Like, I looked at the clock, and I'm in the middle of praying, and then I'm just like, for 5 minutes, I'm like, well, how do I do this? I don't want to pray for this guy. And I know that's wrong. I'm still so angry at what he did. And again, many of you will disagree and say he did everything that he should have. That's okay. That's fine. And I'm just like, I can't fake it. God knows I can't. God knows a fake prayer. He knows if you're going to half blanket. And so, after a few minutes of just maybe soul searching, I prayed for the man. I think he was wrong. I'm not sure he cared afterwards. But I tried to dig deep down and be real and think maybe, he's in some pain too, even though I think he was dead wrong. And I ended up praying for him because I know that's what I should do. And I don't know if God believed me. And I tried to do it in a very sincere way. But I didn't want to do it, but then I did do it. Because after a national tragedy like this, and people were on opposite sides about what happened. Like, if you pray and you're not praying for the woman who died because you think the officer was right, it's not the right way to do it. And if you were like me and, you think that he shot 3 bullets and didn't need to do it, and you're only praying for the woman and not the ICE officer, then you're not being a Christian either. And so I did pray for him. Still furious. But I'm going to try. And that's all I can do. And so in doing so, I was thinking, how everybody says, well, we got to bring the temperature down in this country.
I hear that.
Right? And I'm not being political here. It's don't expect Donald Trump to do it. He's incapable of doing it. And if you are a MAGA, you already know that. And
they're okay with it.
You might like it. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
because we know who we have. Yeah. And he's not Reagan. And not many people are. And so it's not Donald Trump's job to bring the temperature down in the country. It's your job. And it's my job. And it's you listening in the car. We need to do it ourselves. You can't rely on politicians to do anything. And we're in a state here in America where it's not very good right now. And it's scary. And so don't rely on politicians to bring the temperature down. So I will challenge you to do it yourself this weekend. And here's how you do it. I just show some love somewhere, sometime in the next 2 days after what the nation has gone through this week. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Like, let's say you're anti-MAGA and you're at McDonald's getting a coffee and the guy in front of you's got the MAGA sticker, or the guy in back, he has the MAGA sticker. Buy the coffee.
Pay it forward.
Just be a good human being. Show love to anyone. If you go out to dinner and you see a little old lady sitting alone, buy the dinner. It could be anything. It could be anything. If you see a homeless person, go through drive-through, pick up some food, give it to that. All I'm saying is, after a week of real despair and a lot of hatred on social media, and me being a Christian saying, I don't want to pray for that guy, which is the wrong thing to do, and I admit it. And I'm glad that I ended up praying for him. It wasn't easy. But I challenge you, show some love after a national tragedy. Don't rely on Trump. Don't rely on Democrats. Don't rely on politicians. Do something this weekend that is good and that shows love. And that's how you bring the temperature down. So I just wanted to say that, and that's my challenge. I'm gonna try and find something to do this weekend that's better than mouthing off about a terrible shooting, and I'm gonna try and walk the walk if I can. I don't do it all the time. So that's my challenge. Show some love somewhere this weekend, and that's how we bring the temperature down in the world.
I hear you saying, don't look outward, look inward.
Just think it's a good time to do something nice. It's a good time to show somebody love when they don't expect it after such a rough week. It's all we can do. That's my challenge, and I hope maybe you do it.
Thanks for sharing it.
All right.
All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. We'll still get you up to speed on that. And coming back, you probably don't want to be reminded just how cheap groceries were.
You got a chart.
There's a receipt going around the internet. A grocery receipt from back in the day. Oh, my Lanta. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Take a moment to talk about my friends over at southwestblinds.com. I've hired them. My wife is super excited. This is going to be the explanation point, as we like to say, on our remodel that is finished. We did a remodel, and we looked around and said, the blinds have got to go. They're so bad. They're so awful. And they've been on the house for, whenever we bought them. Wherever we bought the house, 13, 14 years ago. So we're looking at blinds and shutters and shades, and we're looking at motorized shades that are incredible. And you can, from your cell phone, you wake up in the morning, you take your cell phone, and those motorized shades, put them up, get some sunlight in the kitchen, get your coffee. You don't have to go over there and mess around with them. They get caught. I want you to call these guys. I've hired them. They're going to be in my home later this month. All right? Just go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:18, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Iran's supreme leader is signaling harsher crackdowns could be coming for protesters as he criticizes U.S. involvement.
President Trump again saying the U.S. will, quote, hit very hard if Iran's government kills or imprisons people. Just this morning, Iran's supreme leader claiming the protesters are trying to make the president of another country happy. Now, it's difficult to know exactly what is happening on the ground because of that widespread blackout of internet and phone lines. Already, it's been reported that at least 42 people have been killed in these protests, more than 2,000 arrested.
That's ABC's Maggie Rulli. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Mesa with debris on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Ellsworth Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the center lanes. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Scottsdale Road. And lastly, Glendale with a crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 59th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Appreciate it. We're teaming up for something big, and we'd like you to climb with us. You can sign up, join Broomhead and the KTAR team as we help raise.
Wait a minute.
Are you going to do it too?
It says Broomhead there. To say Broomhead and Gatos? I'm the captain.
You're the captain. It doesn't
I'm
say
the captain.
Hold on one second. Broomhead and Gatos.
I think my buddy Broomhead wants to be co-captain, but my ego.
Oh, there is that. Join Gatos and Broomhead
there you
on the KTAR team. You feel better about that?
Yeah, it's fun.
And raise funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event. It's happening February 21st. Need more information? Simple. Text the word CLIMB to 620-620. That's CLIMB to 620-620. Is this where they do the inside the stadium?
They are going to make the stadium look like a place you would go and climb a mountain. They are going to do. They're going to
climb the stairs. Do you do?
Yeah, but they are going to transform that stadium into something that that looks, like a hiking trail.
Ooh.
And it's going to be big. It's going to be beautiful.
Big and beautiful.
Yes. And the one reason, listen, I'm a Cardinals fan. By the way, Michael Wilson, if you're listening, thank you for winning me a fantasy football
Michael
championship.
Wilson. Yes, that's future Hall of Famer Michael Wilson.
Honestly, my favorite player, and I'm not joking. The Cardinals are always so great in the community, and this is an awesome deal. Awesome deal. Love that the Cardinals are doing this. We can see what they do on the field, but what they do off the field is more important. It just is.
Yeah.
Except for when Michael Wilson wins me a fantasy football championship.
And except for that part. All right, so get involved in that. So I found this thing. It's going around on the TikTok. Kids are big into this. Okay, it is a grocery receipt. A person found it in a book. So somebody was using it like as a what do you call it, placeholder in a book.
Okay,
it's a grocery receipt from a supermarket in 1997.
Oh no!
Back in the 1900s. Okay.
It's a grocery receipt from the 1997.
1997. They bought 122 items, fruits, vegetable, baby food, diapers for the girls, the twins. All right. When you look at the itemized stuff, what a fantasy world. I mean, you go back, if you want to go back in time, go back to 1997. They bought 122 items. The total came to $155. It probably was 2 shopping carts full of stuff.
Wow, more.
And if somebody went and did this, if you went and bought those exact same items today, you're just north of $500.
Oh.
I'm sorry for laughing. Yeah. 100. Unbelievable. And $55 for all of that. It's like, when you go to CVS and the receipt just keeps going, it looks like one of those receipts. It's unreal.
When you were little and you would talk to your grandparents, and your grandparents would be like, yeah, I used to get a hot dog for 5 cents. And you're like,
back in yeah. Exactly. Well, how about this?
Yeah.
So they bought Little Debbie's brownies. Okay.
Okay. They're just brownies and
the Little Debbie. They come in a box. Little Debbie's.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, fair enough. They're delicious.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
They were $1.09 in 1977.
$1.09.
Today they're $5.75. They bought a bag of coffee. It was $2.47.
$2.47.
Today it's $9.43. Ouch.
In all honesty, I think if you were to give us, if we were to find a grocery receipt from 2020 and compare it to today,
even that would probably be pretty shocking.
Furious.
Right? Even that would be kind of shocking, kind of how quickly things went up. But yeah, 30 years ago,
my gosh.
Think about it. A simple grocery receipt is having people take a look at things. And again, I say this, and I mean this, I'm a capitalist. I believe in it. The price of things continues to go up and will. The whole thing is, did income keep up with that? And that's where the answer is no, by the way. For the percentage increase in goods at the shopping market, your salary, minimum wage, whatever you want to say, it did not go up that much.
I mean, I just went and got a sandwich 2 days ago.
Okay.
At a place I like to go. And it was like, it was like one of those, cheesesteak sandwiches.
Yeah.
$18.
No, it was not. For a sandwich?
Yeah. 18.
Was it served by a guy in a tuxedo jacket?
But it's everywhere that I go. No, but it's everywhere that I go. It's everywhere. If you want to go get Chinese food, if you want to get, it doesn't matter. Everything is, I get the bill, I look at it, they tell me what it costs, and I'm like, goodness gracious. It really is that much.
It really is.
Like I said this over Christmas, as much as I like the Starbucks pumpkin spice latte.
You do like it.
Love it.
You speak of it.
I went and bought one.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, after tax, it was like $9.
Man, it seems like a lot.
And so I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
You're like, I'm out.
I just, even if you can afford it,
I'm out.
I don't want to do it.
Okay.
There's got to be, it's got to be
something in the middle, right? New video coming out of Minneapolis from the perspective of the ICE agent who shot and killed that woman. The cell phone video that he was holding in one hand with a gun in the other. We'll react to it. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Gatos for Advanced Window Products, and boy, do we have a New Year's special for you. At Advanced Window Products, when you mention Gatos, $1,250 off 5 or more windows. And how about this? Up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 40-year anniversary. That's right, 40 years. They are here to stay, and I'm sending you to a local Arizona company, a family-owned business, a company that I hired. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or have condensation between the panes, it's time to get those replaced now. You save money, you save energy. Call 480-746-4280. The New Year special, $1,250 off 5 or more windows and up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. I'm Melody Burkett.
We understand we have to compromise.
The U.S. House passes a bill this week that could extend federal health care subsidies. One U.S. senator says it's not a perfect solution, but a needed one for now. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell you more.
The proposed extension now at the U.S. Senate, and Senator Ruben Gallegos says he is open to negotiations, but wants to get it signed into law quickly.
Bill is coming out of that House is something that we'd be willing to accept. The question is, will Leader Thune bring it to the floor? And if they do, then we'll pass it. And then let's get right back to negotiation. Let's figure out a way to give people more health insurance by less costs.
And that as all of Arizona's Republican House members voted against the extension, Representative Juan Ciscomani explaining he believes the subsidies line the pockets of insurance companies, over benefiting Americans, and wants to see measures to mitigate fraud. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
U.S. Southern Command says U.S. forces boarded another Venezuelan-linked oil tanker in the Caribbean. ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Luis Martinez has more.
This is the Alina, the motor transport vessel Alina, which is also under sanctions. And so we saw a team of helicopters take off from the U.S. aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford, which is in the Caribbean. The Navy helicopters then landed, and presumably this was once again a U.S. Coast Guard-led mission with the U.S. military support.
This is the fifth tanker the U.S. has seized and the third in just the last 3 days.
Eyes on Education.
The Peoria Unified School District voted last night to move ahead with the next steps of 2 proposed school closures.
Now the board will schedule community hearings and more in-depth planning sessions before a final vote is made. Peoria Superintendent Dr. Kenneth Summers explains during the meeting that the possibility of closing Kachina and Pioneer Elementary Schools was brought up after an assessment found a $21 million budget reduction for the next year.
It is not a closure plan. It is a diagnostic tool. It provides a district-wide lens to understand the patterns, pressures, and misalignment that we are currently dealing with.
There's no set date for a final vote, but there will be a community hearing on February 19th. Shira Tanzar, KTAR News.
The Arizona Supreme Court is sticking by a lower court decision related to English language learning. The lawsuit was filed by State Superintendent Tom Horn in 2023 after he demanded schools stop using dual language methods in English language learning courses. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays responded by saying the dual language system had been approved by the State Board of Education and was not the superintendent's jurisdiction. The lower court's rules, the superintendent could not sue the attorney general over this, and now the Arizona Supreme Court is declining to review the case further. To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. Deputies in Cochise and Pinal County say they were able to rescue a victim of child trafficking Wednesday night.
This was an 8-year-old child that was being trafficked. The sicko that was trafficking him didn't even know his parents, didn't know his family, was just getting paid to bring this boy up to the United States that we all know to have horrible things done to him.
Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple says the trafficker was taking the boy to Phoenix through Cochise and Pinal County when she was stopped by a deputy. He says she ultimately admitted to receiving $500 to traffic the child. Her own daughter was also in the vehicle when she was stopped. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Buckeye with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Miller Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the center lane, Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Scottsdale Road. Glendale with a crash blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 59th Avenue. This report is brought to you by AMCO. AMCO Arizona. Stop ignoring with the warning signs on your dashboard and get your car ready for 2026. Google AMCO to find your nearest location today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Plenty of sunshine over the weekend with a high tomorrow of 65, 71 on Sunday. Right now, it's mostly sunny and 58 in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, Joe Huizenga. As a parent, your number one job is to keep your kids safe. But there's a new predator out there making your gig really tough. Bad news? Even if you bust the bad guy, he'll never do time. That's Monday at 3.
Hey, you know what? We are outspoken. I'm Bruce. There's Gatos. And one thing that we love is recognizing great teachers, celebrating them, and rewarding them. You can nominate your favorite educator for a chance to win $2,500 as part of our Pay Tribute to a Teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. All you have to do, super simple, text the word teacher to 620-620. That's teacher to 620-620. We'll bounce you back a link so you can nominate an incredible Arizona teacher. And we're going to go out to a school soon, aren't we?
We sure are. We're going to get this thing kicked off once again, and we do it every month.
All righty. New video coming out of Minneapolis. Interesting. Maybe we should talk about this.
Yeah.
The video we have is the cell phone video from the ICE agent who shot and killed Mrs. Good.
It's amazing that this got out.
Well, I was going to say, how do we have the cell phone video from an ICE agent?
I can tell you.
Out in a day.
I can tell you.
You can?
It was leaked, but the administration wants this video out.
They think it proves their point. They must think that it's a, in some way, shape, or form, it argues their case.
So,
because they've already made up their mind. There's no investigation, let's be honest.
They've already made up their mind.
Yeah.
But why don't we go through it and then...
Okay.
I know for me...
But you think it's interesting that the video leaked.
Let's go through it, and then I will tell you if this helps...
Okay.
...the administration. So let's do that. Why don't we play the audio?
Okay.
The audio won't tell us everything. We're going to stop it and start it because we're going to tell you who's speaking. Okay.
Because that's important. You're listening on the radio. Appreciate it. So we're going to try to kind of walk you through some of this.
The voices you're going to hear are the deceased woman.
Sitting in the driver's seat of her car.
Also hear her wife, who is videotaping.
Outside the car on the passenger side.
And you will hear other ICE agents.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, you will hear the ICE agent who shot and killed the woman.
Yes.
And what he said...
Because it's his cell phone that's recording all this.
And what he said is the biggest piece of the whole puzzle for me that I take away.
Okay.
Okay. Here it is. We'll stop and start it just so we can tell you what's happening, okay? First, there's a ton of chaos. And we also want to say, you're seeing this now up close. You see a perfect picture of the woman inside the car.
Within feet.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Okay. Why don't we go through that?
Play that part.
All right.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's
the woman in the car.
That's Miss Good speaking to the ICE agent standing at her door.
Right. You're going to next hear her wife,
okay,
who's not as nice, by the way.
Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know.
Okay. Now, the reason she said that is because the ICE agent went around to the back of her car and took video of the license plate of their car.
She's talking smack to the officer.
Yeah, she's crap talking him.
We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
It's unnecessary. You're allowed to do it, I guess, but I think it's unnecessary.
Go ahead.
Out of the car.
All right, so then you hear the ICE office, one of them, get out of the car, and then it gets more, get out of the blanking car.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Oh!
And that was the shots those were the shots that were fired.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear this from the ICE officer who shot the woman.
We
can't play it.
Yeah,
He called her a effing B.
Yeah. He said that right after he shot her in the face.
Listen, I don't like what the woman's wife was saying to the officers. I don't think it helps. I don't think any good comes out of that. Go get a meal, go get a lunch, or whatever it is, or you can do it.
It's currently not punishable by death in the United States.
I understand that, but it's not helpful. I think we can agree.
Okay.
It's not helpful. But if you're an ICE officer, okay, and you can't handle mild public disturbances.
People yelling at you.
Right.
You ought to be used to it by now.
You shouldn't be strutting around like you're a tough guy.
I have more questions.
Can I say one more thing?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There is no way that after you kill somebody, whether you think it's self-defense or not, you're in a position of power, you are a law enforcement officer, and you've just shot somebody in the face, that you call her an effing B is abhorrent. And you shouldn't have a badge, because what it means is you're angry. Maybe it was in the moment, but after you take a life, that's what you say in the moment?
Well, we talked about the fact that the policy is that you render aid to people after you use deadly force. He did not.
He went after he said effing B. Sorry, I'm just going to use the words because we need to know what he said.
Yeah.
He shouts at her and calls her an effing B. And then he goes and walks down the street to check on her, sees that she's bleeding out, and instead of rendering aid, he turns around, because he's fine, by the way. He's not like Donald Trump said, I can't believe that he barely survived.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Nobody believes that.
He's looking for some paid days off.
He turned around and walked back to his position. That shows me an uncaring human being. And we can't have people that are so callous tossing around our citizens for no reason, having a gun.
Again, she was in the middle of the road. Apparently, this is what? A traffic offense. Is ICE doing traffic offenses now? What, are you going to write her a ticket for being in the middle of the road?
What you see here is not professional law enforcement. It's not what the Phoenix PD would do.
No.
It's not what the Mesa PD would do. It's not what the Scottsdale PD would do. That's not what our officers did. Now, has it happened before? Sure. 98%, 99%? If a police officer in Arizona had this exact situation, nobody gets shot.
Agreed.
Nobody gets shot.
We talked about that. We had law enforcement on yesterday, and we talked to some cops. One is, no cop worth his salt stands in front of a vehicle with somebody sitting behind the wheel. You don't put yourself in that position.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's a reason why police officers approach cars from the back, why they come up along the side of it when they're doing a ticket. They don't walk in front of your car and look through the windshield and pull their phone out. Like, they don't do that.
And she didn't do everything right either. And her wife didn't help anything. But let's go back to the question that we asked at the beginning. The new video, for me, doesn't change a thing the way that I see it.
No.
But
still unnecessary.
But the administration put this out. They leaked it. Now, you can say that you don't know that. Listen, come on. If you think
it's his personal cell phone,
did
he leak it?
If you if you're in Washington at the White House, so an officer has his phone out recording. He's obviously distracted. He shoots a woman and he calls her an effing B. You think that helps your case?
They do.
You think putting this video out
absolutely
helps your case?
Guarantee you they do. They're cheering for it.
How does it help?
They're horrific human beings.
How does this help your case?
Yeah.
You leaked it. To help your case doesn't help.
I love the same people that are saying, why didn't she just comply? Are also some of the same people who think that Ashley Babbitt was murdered at the, on January 6th. Yeah, she could have complied also. She didn't.
Bruce, I wish
you have no consistency and you're a hypocrite.
Bruce, I wish she did comply because maybe she'd be here. But that being said,
I get it.
If you are fleeing,
I also don't think it was a lawful command.
It was not. No, of course it wasn't.
Yeah.
But if you are fleeing, no officer that I've talked to over the last 48 hours, and I've talked to a lot of them, shoots into a car.
It's against policy.
I don't think this video helps anybody. This does not help the administration.
Well, they think it does, or else they wouldn't have leaked it. Right? I mean,
wow.
Right?
I guess.
Yeah.
If you think that helps, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a Rorschach test. People see that video, see exactly what they want. They're red or blue lens.
All right.
Checking the headlines are on the way. We're going to dig into that. And up next, there's a bit of an anniversary today. An anniversary of something you probably have in your pocket. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, like, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:48, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. The Trump administration is thinking of even more changes to the White House to make way for the ballroom.
The scope of this huge project just continues to grow after tearing down the East Wing here to make way for his massive $400 million ballroom. The president's architect now says that they may also be making changes here to the West Wing. Apparently, the ballroom is so tall, it's going to be as tall as the main residence, and they now want to add a second story to the West Wing to match. The president calling it the Upper West Wing.
That's ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near Rios Delado Parkway. Glendale with a crash involving a motorcyclist on 91st Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 7th Avenue and Broadway Road. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. 25 years in, Primavera delivers what families actually need: flexible, tuition-free K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, it is 2026. New you? Well, let's talk about it. What do you need to look better, to feel better, to be healthier this year? I think you need Red Mountain weight loss, okay? There are a lot of ways that Red Mountain can help you, all right? If you want to lose weight, go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, talk to the doctors, and discuss GLP-1 weight loss medication, all right? Mention Gatos. You'll get a good deal. Now, for some of you, and we'll talk to the guys now, how about low testosterone? Something maybe you're dealing with. You don't know if you have it, but you know there's some issues going on. What do? You go talk to the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss, and if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. You can start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss, and at the same time, get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. It's $299 value. You're getting older. Doesn't mean you have to feel older. So gain some muscle, less effort at the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life is going to be better. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
The AZ 529 Art Contest is back, and I can't wait to see what careers Arizona students are dreaming of this year. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, and I'm excited to give Arizona kindergarten through 6th graders another opportunity to draw their dream jobs and a chance to win $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Dream, draw, win, and start saving for your future. For complete rules and to submit drawings, visit az529.gov by February 8th.
LaDonna here as we are in the middle of a national conversation about ICE activity. Should all Arizona law enforcement be compelled to cooperate with ICE? Find out the details Monday morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
LaDonna makes an interesting case there.
What's that?
We've had all of these Arizona police, Phoenix, and they don't want anything to do with it.
Local police are are specifically not involved in this.
I want them involved now.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I need some adults in the room, man. Oh, yeah. I mean, I would love to see the Phoenix Police Department. If ICE is going to be on the streets of Phoenix.
What do you want them to do? Stand between?
I don't know.
I don't know. I understand what you're saying. I think I
want the adults there.
So do you remember in Tucson when Representative Grijalva, the pepper spray incident outside of a restaurant?
Yeah.
Tucson police was there, but they were there as like crowd control. Do you know what I'm saying? They like block the street, but they weren't there to like what do you want to say? Referee the dispute.
Someone needs to referee the dispute.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
fair enough.
So if you've got and I know we're going to go a different way anyway, but I think LaDonna makes an interesting question. Poses an interesting question. Like I'm going to say it right now. ICE needs to be supervised.
Yeah.
So who's going to do it?
I think you get into a jurisdictional issue as well.
I think
who has jurisdiction?
I don't know.
Yeah. No, listen, it's complicated. It's not good.
It's not good, but...
Yeah. But I think, and I can understand why local law enforcement doesn't want to get in the middle of this because it undermines trust people have in law enforcement.
I understand.
We had Colonel Frank Milstead on yesterday, former DPS colonel, and he said, the thing that upsets him is that what you see with ICE gets branded on all law enforcement.
And I don't think that.
And he's like, that's not fair. And he says it's eroding trust in the profession of law enforcement. Right. Watching them do what they do, way they do it, masked, without identification, chasing people through parking lots.
Right.
It makes people not trust the local cop who's not involved in that.
Well, ICE is in Arizona now.
Yeah.
I mean,
what's next?
Nothing's going to get better.
Yeah.
And so, if you ask me, would I feel better with professional law enforcement like the cops that we have here in Arizona on the scene?
Yeah.
Damn right. Yeah, I'd like to see them there. I don't know what they can do, but I'd feel a whole lot better.
Checking the headlines are on the way. We'll get to see with everything going on. And up next, where exactly is the economy headed? We've got the first jobs report of 2026. We'll share the facts with you. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, LundMortgage.com. All right, the Lund Mortgage team, well over 35 years at business. If you want to buy a home this year, call Lund Mortgage. Okay? In Arizona, you cannot put an offer in on a home unless you have a pre-approval letter. Don't do this backwards. I've heard the horror stories out there about people who don't get pre-approved first, and then they go look for a home. and they fall in love. And guess what? They can't get the financing. They lose the house. The pre-approval allows you to look for a home in your price range. So I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team, 623-875-9940. Interest rates are down. Prices for homes are down. This is where you pull the trigger. This is where you go and purchase a house. LundMortgage.com, 623-875-9940. Tell them Gato sent you.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Gatos for Advanced Window Products, and boy, do we have a New Year's special for you. At Advanced Window Products, when you mention Gatos, $1,250 off 5 or more windows. And how about this? Up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 40-year anniversary. That's right, 40 years. They are here to stay, and I'm sending you to a local Arizona company, a family-owned business, a company that I hired. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or have condensation between the panes, it's time to get those replaced now. You save money, you save energy. Call 480-746-4280. The New Year special, $1,250 off 5 or more windows and up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett.
Would I launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? It's okay with me.
More than 70 U.S. House Democrats have signed on to a letter urging the Trump administration to not conduct land strikes against Mexican drug cartels. KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live in the news center with the details.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton is one of those lawmakers who says it would be detrimental to our economy.
It's Arizona's #1 trading partner, and now it is the United States of America's #1 trading partner. So that would be devastating to the economic partnership that we have.
Stanton says Trump needs to get congressional approval and called it a hostile act without coordination with Mexico. Trump claims 250,000 Americans die each year from drugs. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hamel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Supreme Court upholds a lower court decision about a lawsuit brought by Superintendent Tom Horn against dual language models.
The court's decision states the state superintendent does not have the ability to sue the attorney general, governor, or school districts over a dual language teaching method being used for English language learners. In 2023, Superintendent Horn filed the lawsuit after requesting the dual language system not be used in classrooms. The Attorney General said the teaching method had been approved by the State Board of Education and was not up to the superintendent to monitor. Now the Supreme Court has declined to review the case and ruling. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
The Peoria Unified Governing Board voted last night to move on the planning and community hearing stage of a potential closure plan for Kachina and Pioneer elementary schools. Part of that plan would switch Cactus High School into a 7th through 12th school to help balance students. Future high schooler Blakely Slayer doesn't like that idea, saying she may not have chosen Cactus as her high school if they include younger students. But now open enrollment is closed. The Trump administration putting student loan borrowers on notice as they seek to begin repayment plans paused by the pandemic.
For the first time in more than 5 years, the Education Department is now notifying borrowers that they will have money taken out of their paychecks if they've defaulted on their student loans. Most loans are in default if you haven't made a payment for 270 days or more.
That's ABC's Elizabeth Schulte. To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. Deputies in Cochise and Pinal County say they worked together to rescue an 8-year-old from a child trafficker Wednesday night. Pinal County Sheriff Ross Steeple says the woman was en route to Phoenix with a boy driving through Cochise and Pinal Counties when one of his deputies stopped her.
The boy was obviously coached in his questions. Someone had prepared him for this type of situation because he was being smuggled into the United States for trafficking reasons.
Teeple says the woman later admitted to receiving $500 to traffic the boy. Her own daughter was also inside the vehicle when they were stopped. President Trump tried to woo American oil executives to invest in Venezuela, but not everybody was on board.
Top oil executives convening at the White House to talk about divvying up Venezuela's oil. Some of the CEOs, like Exxon chief Darren Woods.
We've had our assets seized there twice, and so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes.
Not sounding ready to commit.
That's ABC's senior political correspondent Rachel Scott. Meanwhile, another oil tanker was taken into custody in the Caribbean. On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 238 to end at 49,504. The S&P finished up 45 to 69.66, and the Nasdaq climbed 191 to 23,671. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with an animal spotted near the roadway on State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. Mesa, we still have that crash blocking the right-hand lanes on Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. Glendale with a crash involving a motorcycle on 91st Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Should be a beautiful weekend with a lot of sunshine. High tomorrow 65, on Sunday 71. Right now in Phoenix, it's 56 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's raining.
defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the week.
Oh, a lot of people tell you that final hour of the week is the best hour of the week.
We got the stream team coming up. What are we streaming that we think you should or shouldn't this weekend? I think this is a great weekend to get your mind off of tragedy. And so maybe we can give you a couple things to look at for the weekend that were pretty good.
Well, okay. Mine might not help you. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking like that. I wasn't in that mode. I apologize. I'll try to think of something happy at some point.
Do you watch serial killer stuff again?
No, but it's pretty bad.
I don't. Give me.
Right.
We'll do it in 10
talk
minutes.
at 6:15.
Right.
Coming up. We got the first jobs report of the year, and not good.
No, it's not good.
Not a disaster, but not good. And it really shows that jobs are evaporating in this country. There are fewer jobs at the end of 2025 than there were at the end of 2024.
Economy added only 50,000 jobs in December.
In the month of December. Yeah.
Yeah. The economy added a meager 584,000 jobs in all of 2025. That is the worst year for job gains outside of a recession since 2003. I'll repeat it.
It's like basically not keeping up with population growth.
Take the recessions out. It's the worst year for job gains outside of a recession since 2003.
Yeah.
And if you look at April, which is really interesting, if April didn't happen...
Let's take April out of the argument.
Right? No jobs are added.
Right. April was some sort of anomaly. I don't remember.
85% of the job gains happened in April.
In the month of April alone.
And so for the rest of the year, very little hiring. I think if you know somebody out there who is without a job, I'm pretty sure that this goes 100%.
Yeah.
They didn't get another job real quick.
No, it is tough to find something out there. And I think what a lot of people are finding is if they did lose a job, they're having a really difficult time finding a job that pays anywhere near the job that they lost. I think that's extremely fair to say.
So the unemployment rate, 4.4% in December, up from 4% in January. Wages, 3.8% wage growth in 2025, which is right around 3% inflation.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some reasons here. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
I think there's a variety of reasons.
I think
it's more than one.
I do too. It's not all on Trump and he's the worst and all this. His tariffs,
a lot of it's on him,
are a disaster.
Yeah, that is a self-inflicted wound.
Right. When
that didn't have to happen.
Everything costs more. Companies cut back.
And by the way, not only did everything cost more, but manufacturing didn't come back to this country.
Not yet. And probably
we actually
not at
have
all.
a higher trade deficit than we did a year ago. Like what a shocker. None of the things that the guy who bankrupted a casino said was going to happen is happening.
I just go by what economists say because they're smarter than I am, and this is what they do. And I've talked to half a dozen of these economists. No one likes the tariffs. Businesses don't like it.
Consumers don't like paying more.
No. Who wants to pay more for coffee? 41% more last year.
Yeah.
So that's one issue. But it's not all on Trump. The other stuff is
other things.
AI?
You got to think that we've heard this from some big companies out there. When you hear Amazon laying off 14,000 people, Google laying off people, and they're saying it's because of new, I'm not trying to be callous, efficiencies that they've found using AI or specific jobs, customer service, some of the data, the behind the scenes things that AI can do and replace a human that was doing that job. And by the way, that job's never coming back.
Yeah.
Like it's gone. It's gone the way of the buggy whip manufacturer. Like we are not going to need that job again.
You know, if you look back at the stock market, I was very, very concerned because of all the uncertainty that the president was putting out there, and it was so much so quick. The stock market was great last year. It was very strong. So that's good for some of us. That is not part of the economy. That's Wall Street, not Main Street. But if you look at, January, stocks are having a strong start to the year. And that's good. That's good too for your 401k, for all that. So that's good. But, if we don't, Wall Street has been pretty good. But if you can't get Main Street going, I mean, people are going to continue to struggle.
Well, isn't that one of the concerns too, that even Wall Street is acknowledging on some level, yeah, we're rolling along. Yeah, things are going good.
Mm-hmm.
But we're more optimistic apparently than the rest of everybody else. And will this thing collapse unto itself? Will there be a correction of some sort? Will there be a right sizing of numbers?
Well, remember when Wall Street freaked out at this time last year? Well, it wasn't even this time because Trump didn't take over till January 20th.
In like January.
In January and
late
February,
January, yeah.
right. Remember how Wall Street was freaking out and the Dow was in free fall because of everything that the president was doing.
All of his threats.
It was like, I'm going to do this. Nope, I'm going to do this now. Wall Street has learned to ignore him for the most part.
Yeah.
And,
we'd all probably be better off doing that, granted.
I think you're probably right. But that's, if Wall Street can do that, that's good for your wallet. That is a good thing because he is a lot.
But there has to be a backside to it. So you can ignore it for a while and should. Got it.
Right.
But if people aren't finding work, if people aren't getting raises, if people aren't able to go out and spend money and be consumers, that they're in, like, at some point, there's got to be a base underneath all this optimism. And I think that's a concern, and it's a reasonable concern. With all of these factors out there, AI, technology, global impact, changes in the global economy. Hey, China's economy has slowed down. That's going to impact us, whether you like it or not. It just is. We're all part of a global economy. More conflict around the world affects the economy. Like, these are all, factors that come to play.
I think one of my questions is, where are the jobs that AI is going to provide?
I don't think they're.
Where is
I don't know if we know what they are yet. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't know either. No, I'm not an expert on it. I know that
building data centers. I mean, but it's a short-term job, and once the data center's built, they don't need you anymore.
But AI is supposed to open up an entirely new labor market, right?
But
I don't know when that happens.
But I even think some of the people that are behind AI can't exactly tell you what that is going to look like. It is a projection, and it's one based in, I understand the rationale behind it, because all these other technologies we've had over humankind, the wheel, put some people out of business, but in the long term, it turned out pretty good. You know what I'm saying? The internet at the beginning, it was really going to screw some people, but it turned out pretty. I just don't think they know what it's going to look like, but that makes it really difficult. If you are in school or you're looking for a job, how do you predict where it's going to be next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Because anybody that tells you they know, they're probably selling you something.
Recession this year? We've talked to economists who, by the way, let's just backtrack for a second. Everybody said there was going to be a recession under Biden, and there wasn't. I think, when Trump came around, everybody's like, well, we haven't had one in a while. We're probably due. It's not necessarily because it's Trump running the show. It's just we're due. And because this is what happens. We've talked to economists who say beginning of this year, we might have a small recession. I can't tell you if that's going to happen.
Don't know.
But what I can tell you is, if you have a job right now, you are going to keep it.
You hold on to it.
You're going to hold on to it with everything that you've got. Because it's very difficult to get a job right now.
Yeah, not a good time to be looking.
I don't think so. So, we'll have to see. I don't know if we're going to have a recession. It could be just something, it could be it.
We're going to have one at some point.
Remember when we had a recession in 2008 and everybody's like, well, what did Bush do? Well, I mean, this was all past presidents and other folks that did things that led up to that. So it doesn't always fall back on the president. But are we going to have one this year? I don't know. And what people say is if we do have one, Arizona should get through it better than others.
Okay.
Other states. That I hold on to that. That's all I can hold on to.
And you should. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Phoenix. Appreciate the city of Phoenix and all the Phoenicians for spending time with us. Thank you guys very much. Coming up next, it's time for the Stream Team. We're going to tell you what you should or maybe you shouldn't be watching and streaming this weekend. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. I want you to start the new year off with great water throughout your home. Aquazona Connecticut. I've been telling you about Connecticut. I've been a customer for over 20 years. I absolutely couldn't imagine my home without it. But I know that it's January and you want a deal. We all want a deal. I get it. I got you a deal. Right now, Aquazona Connecticut offering you $500 off a twin tank Connecticut whole home water softener. That is the exact same system that I have in my home. All you have to do to improve your water is a very simple phone call. 602-910-6570. So think about it. A brand new twin tank Connecticut whole home water softener. Perfect water from every tap. We're talking $500 off when you mention Gatos. 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:16, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. President Trump meeting with top oil and gas executives at the White House today, hoping to get them to invest in Venezuelan oil.
President Trump met with nearly 24 top oil and gas executives Friday and announced a plan where their companies would spend at least $100 billion to rebuild oil infrastructure in Venezuela. The president seemed to be making a sales pitch, working to convince the executives that it was smart business to go into the country after years of instability. The president claiming,
and you'll have total safety, total security. One of the reasons you couldn't go in is you had no guarantees, you had no security, but now you have total security. It's a whole different Venezuela.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, Loop 101 Price Freeway, northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. A look into our surface streets, Peoria with a crash involving a pedestrian on Coldwater Plaza and 79th Avenue. Glendale with a crash involving a motorcyclist on 91st Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, it is time for the Stream Team. That's right. What we have been streaming this week and can recommend to you. Maybe is something you would want to watch. All right. So I watched, it was the #1 show on Netflix. I always feel like I have a responsibility to you guys that I got to watch at least the #1 show if people are watching it. And again, it's somewhere over 15 million views right now. It's been #1 for a couple weeks. It is a true crime story. And it's called Evil Influencer, the Jody Hildebrandt story.
He has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around them, I think.
He also said...
Oh, and he has them around his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been... He needs... This kid is obviously been... He's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Ugh. That is the neighbor, an elderly couple, and that is their 911 call when a young boy showed up on their doorstep, asking to be taken to jail.
Wait, well, what do you mean?
The little boy said, will you take me to jail?
Because jail was better than where he was?
We learn through the story of Evil Influencer that this little boy had been brainwashed to the point that he was bad. And he was evil. And the fact that he managed to run away was bad, and he was constantly told he was going to be taken to jail.
Jeez.
This is a difficult watch. It is the case of a Utah therapist, Jody Hildebrandt, and a parenting YouTuber named Ruby Frank, who had a very popular YouTube, like a vlog, kind of early on, called 8 Passengers, because it was her husband and her and their 6 kids. Okay? And it was the typical YouTube thing you see either growing up. Well, the reason it's called Evil Influencer is that Jody Hildebrandt, the therapist, started to get clients and started to teach a very extreme form of parenting. Now, at one point, apparently, she claimed to be a prophet of the Mormon Church, and that she was speaking directly to God. And she influenced people, many families, including the Frankie family, the 8 Passengers people, and convinced the mom to go along with these extreme versions of punishment for these kids, 2 young kids, 10 and 8, I believe, little boy, little girl. A lot of this documentary is through like police body cam. From them responding to this and police interviews with people. And it is less about, I'm being serious, it's less about the Mormon church and more about how one woman can cast a spell over what appear to be relatively normal people who love their children, Gatos, but can do horrific things punishing them because they're told the kids are evil and they need this kind of tough love. And listen, the story has been told. It happened back in 2023, so it's about 2.5, 3 years old now, the story. So I don't want to give it all away, but it is a tough watch, but I think it's an interesting watch because it shows the influence somebody can have over others and how they can use that influence for evil. Again, it's on Netflix right now. For most of you, it's going to be the number one movie. It's an hour and 40 minutes, I think. You can catch it in one sitting. It's not a series, and it's called "Evil Influencer: The Jody Hildebrandt Story." Now, they do not show close up of child abuse. I want to emphasize that.
Thank God.
But they certainly have to allude to it because they end up charging people with child abuse, and you find out why and how, and you also find out how the father had been completely locked out of all this. And that's part of the story as well. So pretty tough watch, but it was certainly interesting. And I admit I didn't know all the ins and outs of it. Evil Influencer, the Jody Hildebrandt Story, number one show on Netflix.
All right. Every Friday at 6:15, the Stream Team. We tell you what you should watch, what you shouldn't watch.
Yeah.
Mine is going to be Stranger Things.
Okay. Well, this is why you weren't here Monday and Tuesday, right?
I was.
Were you not recovering from the finale?
Emotional.
Emotional is the term.
I do want to say this because I think this is fair. I'm not going to give you anything from the final episode.
You're not going to do any spoilers.
Not going to ruin it.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's fair. I think we're still,
Some people are still digesting.
I think
not
so.
everybody watches on the same schedule.
Correct.
Okay.
So here's a clip, and then I'll tell you why this was a special event.
Everyone is in danger. All of us. Our friends, our family. Is coming for everyone. If we don't stop it now, there won't be a Hawkins left to save.
We all are ready for one last war.
Okay, so if you've never seen Stranger Things, 5 seasons, over 10 years. And the cool thing is it's over 10 years.
Literally.
Yeah.
It kind of in real time. Like the kids grow up and they don't try to make them pretend that they're little kids
They
still.
are little kids in that first
first
season.
one. They're little kids.
They are so little and tiny.
And great actors.
Now they're in their 20s.
Right.
And so without spoilers, I'm not even going to get into the plot. Maybe you don't know anything about it.
It's a sci-fi show.
It's horror, sci-fi. I want to tell you why this is special.
Ooh.
This is a special show. This is one of those shows that doesn't come around very often. This is the show when they say last season, which is season 5, last episode is going to come out on New Year's Eve. You have to watch it.
It was must. You had made an appointment to watch
on New Year's Eve. So my family and I were at Rocky Point, Mexico, and we had our whole. Why is that a name dropper?
Joking.
Anyway, our whole family's there, right? And we had 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, all
everybody watching.
Yeah, this almost doesn't exist anymore, where you have to watch a show when it comes out. When it is released, at the time it's released, so you don't see the fallout on social media.
It's not ruined for you.
It's not ruined. So we had the younger generation there. This is the whole day. They turned their cell phones off.
Because they didn't want.
They didn't want anything.
The spoilers coming from other. Okay, interesting.
And that's why I think that this is a special show.
Ooh.
Different generations of people watch this show. You don't have to be in your 20s or your 50s or 60s or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Different generations. And it is a special event. When you watch something for 10 years and you're going to have the final big episode.
Yeah. The finale.
You want it to be awesome. And you want it to be an event. And you don't want it ruined by looking at Facebook or something like that.
Can I tell you my challenge?
Yes.
Because I did not watch it. But that's because because this show has been spread out for so long, I feel like I need to go back and like start over because I can't explain to you where the story was because it was years ago, and apparently my memory doesn't work like that.
Right. I started,
is that fair?
Very fair. I watched starting in October. Right around Halloween. I said, I'm going to watch it all again.
You started with season 1, episode 1, and let's go through this again and kind of watch it in order.
In order.
See, that's what I think I need to do.
And then I got to, December, and they started to put out the first 3 or 4 episodes, and then later they put it out.
Picked right up.
And then the final one.
Okay.
And I'll just say, it is, I think it's a masterpiece. I think the whole 10 years is amazing.
It's a piece of television history.
It really is. And to watch them grow up on screen.
It's kind of cool.
It's very cool.
All right.
And so I thought the cool thing was watching it with our entire family who had been a fan of the show for all these years, different generations. And it's that special event where it's like the Super Bowl. You're not going to tape the Super Bowl.
No, don't tape the Super Bowl.
When it is on, you go and watch it.
Yeah.
You don't watch it 2 hours later.
No.
So Stranger Things, if you've never seen it, start from the beginning. It's awesome.
It holds up well, I would say. Even though the first season's 10 years old, it holds up well.
This season is just cinema.
Oh, boy, now you're getting me. Okay.
I mean, this is like a massive, major movie compared to what happened at the beginning.
I'm going to have to.
It's great.
Block off some time. All right. Hey, checking the headlines are on the way. We'll get you up to speed with that. And after the shooting of a woman by an ICE agent, it's not Trump's job to bring the temperature down. So whose is it? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Painting Company, 20-plus years in the Valley. I've used these guys many, many times. The outside of my house, painted by them, summer 2024. Inside of my house, painted by the Arizona Painting Company, summer 2025. They can do it all. And they have the deal that you're going to want and that you need. So, if you want to get your house painted this year, here's what you do. You text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you a bounce back text. I'll have the phone number included. And you will see that when you mention Gatos, when you call, you get 20% off. Now, let's say, Gatos, it's already, January 9th. I'm not going to be able to get my house painted in January. That's okay. You can lock in 20% by mentioning me right now. I haven't painted the house in May if you want. I don't care. Next December. Whatever you want. You just schedule it. You book now and you paint later. 20% off. 20% off. Got a call, though, this month. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you the 20% off from the Arizona Painting Company.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one.
As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. I'm Melody Burkett.
So we're going to have to do our best to make sure that people's rights are defended and then we keep the peace in the meantime.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallegos says lawmakers need to take every legal option they can to push back on potential increased ICE operations in the valley. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
On whether or not ICE will increase its presence in the valley, Senator Ruben Gallegos says he doesn't know the details, but that there is, quote, something coming. In light of an ICE agent shooting and killing a Minneapolis woman, Gallegos said today the agency lacks accountability.
For us that have been here in Arizona, we dealt with the Sherry-Jora piles of the day. We dealt with a lot of extreme policing that was racially profiling, but there was accountability at the end. There is no accountability because of the president and the vice president.
In that comment, as VP J.D. Vance continues to defend the ICE agent who shot Renee Good in Minneapolis, he's taken to social media saying the involved officer is innocent. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
The Peoria Unified School District is considering shutting down 2 schools next year, which could have ripple effects at schools across the district.
The Peoria Unified Governing Board voted last night to move on to the planning and community hearing stage of a potential closure plan for Kachina and Pioneer Elementary schools. Part of that plan would switch Cactus High School into a 7th through 12th model to help balance students. Future high schooler Blakely Slayer doesn't like that idea.
I just think the maturity levels and everything is really off. And it wouldn't be a good mix because high school is high school and junior high is junior high for a reason.
Blakely adds she may not have chosen Cactus as her high school if she had known it would include younger students, but now open enrollment is closed. Shira Tanser, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. An 18-year-old from Buckeye faces a number of charges after police say he used an Instagram post to threaten a shooting at Yonker High School. We're told Isaiah Chavez was arrested at his home last night after police traced the account to him. The last federal jobs report of 2025 has been released, and it shows December featured sluggish hiring, closing out a year of weak employment gains.
Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, joined Arizona's Morning News to give us his thoughts on the 50,000 jobs that were added in December.
50,000 job gains is pretty weak. It's just above the replacement level.
Silver added that toward the end of 2025, the labor market was weakening and we had about 1.2 million layoffs. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
The Phoenix Suns are back on the court tonight, hosting the New York Knicks. Catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Tip-off is set for 7 p.m. The Arizona State men are back in action tomorrow against Kansas State. The Arizona Wildcats are on the road to take on Texas Christian University. San Jose State visits Grand Canyon University. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with a crash blocking the exit ramp on Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Chandler Boulevard. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Butler Drive. Peoria with a crash involving a pedestrian on Coldwater Plaza and 79th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Plenty of sunshine over the weekend with a high tomorrow of 65, 71 on Sunday. Right now under clear skies, it's 55 in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
I'd like to talk about Minneapolis shooting in a little bit of a different way. I'll just be real raw. Okay, I'm going to admit something that I'm not particularly proud of. If you've listened over the last few days, and if you haven't, I mean, my mind is very made up. An unnecessary shooting. I think we're all on the same page. Hate what happened. As a Christian man, and I fail every day at trying to do as good a job as I can, I want to admit something. So this happened on Wednesday. When I go to bed at night, that is when I pray. And so Wednesday night, when all this stuff is raw, you know, I get into bed. My wife's probably been there for an hour and she's sleeping. And that is when it is quiet in my home. And that is when I'm alone with the Lord. And that is where I thank him for all the blessings. You know, sometimes you have to look for the blessings. Sometimes it's right in your face and you're like, my goodness, thank you so much. Thank you. You know, thank you for good health. Thank you for this. And I just wanted to pray for the country because it was such a bad day. The incident was so bad. The fallout was bad. There was hatred on both sides. And I just prayed to God, we're going in the wrong direction. You know, we're going in the wrong. We have a woman who was shot in the face 3 times, and her kids are without a mom. And in my opinion, and I didn't tell God this, but because, you know, it was a completely unnecessary death. And I just wanted to pray for Renee Good.
I think God knows that, by the way.
What?
It was a completely unnecessary.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to pray for her because it was so terrible. And she wasn't in the right on a few things. There's no question about that. I mean, I wish if we could go back and change it, I wish we could change everything, right? And, you know, was she innocent in everything? No. Did she deserve to get shot and killed? No. And so I was just praying to God about her. And I said I wanted to admit something. What popped into my mind is, as a Christian man, and it's Wednesday night, and this whole thing is raw, I'm so angry at that ICE officer. And in my mind, I know I'm supposed to pray for him. I didn't want to do it. So I'm in bed. I'm under the covers, head on the pillow, thankful for a place to sleep, thankful for an amazing wife who's right next to me, you know, roof over your head. Not everybody gets that. And so I pray for this woman who, yeah, she made some mistakes, there's no doubt. And then it's like time to, you know, it's time to pray for the officer. And I know that I should do it. And I didn't want to do it. I mean, even though I think he's wrong, I know I should pray for him. Because I'm so mad at the officer for doing that. And I know that many of you disagree with what I'm saying. That's okay. You know, you have to think about what he's going through. Now, there's a new video that's out today, and he called her a terrible name after he killed her. And I'm thinking, okay, you know, at the time, this is Wednesday, he just killed somebody. Maybe he's in bed like me, and he's like, what did I do? And I tried to do the right thing, or I can't believe that she's dead, or he feels bad, there's sorrow, or I don't know. I mean, when you kill somebody, I don't know how this feels. You kill somebody.
No idea, yeah.
I mean, you've got a reaction one way or another. But when he walked up to the body, took a quick look, turned right around like he didn't care, walked back to his position, can you give him some grace there and say maybe he was in shock? Or maybe he didn't give a damn. Mm-hmm. And I don't know the answer. And so on that Wednesday night, when this whole thing is fresh, I know as a Christian, I know I should pray for him. I don't want to do it. I didn't do it. And that's not a good job by me. If I'm going to talk the talk and walk the walk, I've got to do, what God wants me to do. And that's, love him and love people, no matter what they have done. So that was Wednesday. Thursday comes around. Bruce in bed once again, ready to go and pray, right?
We're running through the week, yeah.
And I know in the back of my mind, I'm definitely going to pray for Renee Good. I know that. Again, she didn't do everything right, but I'm going to pray for her. She lost her life. And then it comes time where I think he's putting it in my head. Are you going to pray for the ICE officer? Even if you don't think what he did was right, even if you don't think he was doing his job, even if you don't think he was in harm's way, even if you don't think he cared after he killed this woman. And I can't say that definitively because we just don't know.
You don't know what's in his heart.
Thursday night, I'm laying in bed, and I'm trying, man. I'm laying there for 5 minutes. Like, I looked at the clock, and I'm in the middle of praying, and then I'm just like, for 5 minutes, I'm like, well, how do I do this? I don't want to pray for this guy. And I know that's wrong. I'm still so angry at what he did. And again, many of you will disagree and say he did everything that he should have. That's okay. That's fine. I can't fake it. God knows I can't. God knows a fake prayer. He knows if you're going to half blanket. And so, after a few minutes of just maybe soul searching, I prayed for the man. I think he was wrong. I'm not sure he cared afterwards. I tried to dig deep down and be real and think maybe, he's in some pain too, even though I think he was dead wrong. And I ended up praying for him because I know that's what I should do. You have to love God and you have to love people. And at the end of the day, I got to follow that. And so, I wanted to just be raw, and maybe some of you felt like that too, or maybe you felt the opposite. Maybe you were praying for the officer, but not I don't know. But I do think that this weekend, with the temperature so high in this country, let's try and show some love out there, and maybe just do some good for people. Do something nice. You see a neighbor taking down the Christmas lights, go help, right? If you're in line at getting a coffee, pay for the coffee for somebody. Maybe we just, let's not always rely on our politicians to turn the temperature down. I think neither side. We can do it.
Never go that direction.
So I would just challenge, some of you, and I'm going to take my own advice. Show some love this weekend. It's a bad week here in the United States, no matter how you look at it. Maybe just show some love to some people this weekend, however you think you should do that. So there you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Hey, tell you what. We've got some, we're going to talk a little bit next about grocery prices.
Yeah, we got the Gatos Q. We're going to hit that.
Of course we're doing the big Q. We always do.
If you don't want to remember how cheap grocery prices used to be.
Yeah, oh boy.
This is going to tick you off next.
Yeah. Hey, I thought I had things in good shape when it came to retirement. I've been doing all the things that I was told to do, things Mom taught me to do, saving for a 401k, putting things aside, don't touch it, all this, that, and the other. Well, that's until I sat down with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. I brought all my paperwork in. I laid it out on the table. Yeah, my chest puffed out a little. I got this, right? And they went, hey, good for you. You're doing some good things here, but, you're paying a lot of fees over here. That's not good. Oh, your rate of return's a lot lower than what you should be doing. And yeah, that sinking feeling, if you will. Well, they got me on the straight and narrow. They helped me. they pointed me in the right direction. They asked me questions. What about your expectations? How do you see this going? What are you looking for? And we came up with a plan that works for me, and a plan that could work for you. Your plan will be completely different. That's a great thing about Trajan Wealth. You could sit down with them just like I did. You could learn, you could walk away better educated, and I would argue you could also walk away feeling a lot better about where retirement is headed for you. It starts with a phone number at 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Hi, Jamie West here. Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has been serving Arizona seniors for years, and they know one of the best things about the holidays is spending extra time with family and friends, some you may not have seen in a while. If you notice changes in your mom, dad, or loved one, maybe they need a little more help or to be more active and make new friends. See how special Beatitudes Campus is. Schedule a tour at beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. President Trump says the U.S. will be taking action with regard to Greenland, quote, whether they like it or not.
President Trump said the U.S. would be taking action with regard to Greenland, quote, whether they like it or not.
If we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
The comments are another escalation in the president's approach to Greenland, which he says is critical to U.S. national security. The White House has said all options are on the table, including using the U.S. military. President Trump on Friday.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with a crash blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Chandler Boulevard. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Butler Drive. Then lastly, Glendale with a crash involving a motorcyclist on 91st Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Start the year moving, not hurting.
If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
KTAR.com, right side of the page. Let's get to the Gatos Q.
I'm ready.
ICE agent shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis. Trump administration calls her a domestic terrorist. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Oh, God.
I know.
77% no.
61% no.
Okay.
It's interesting, though. You have a lot of people on the right that are saying that's not the case. And I'm glad that some people are speaking up. No, she's not ISIS. No, she's not Timothy McVeigh. Give me a break. But if you're going to be far right, you're going to think there's no doubt because Trump
anybody who doesn't wear a red hat is a domestic terrorist to them. So is what it is.
It's not fair. It's not fair to call her.
I'm glad to join that group.
It was never fair to call her that.
No, it was ridiculous.
You can say that she made her own mistakes in her death. I understand that. Still, I'll say forever, no way 3 shots go into that car. No way. Yeah. And it should never have happened. But is she a domestic terrorist? That's insane.
Right.
Let's move on. I think we've talked enough about it.
Yeah.
All right. What else you got? We got a few minutes here on the show.
We do. By the way, did you watch any of the football game, the Fiesta Bowl?
I did. Did you really? My buddy is in town. He's a huge Miami fan. He went to the game, had lunch with him today, and I'm telling you,
is he still floating?
His voice was gone.
That's funny.
From screaming. I mean, it was hilarious.
Congratulations to the Miami Hurricanes, although I would like to take a little bit of a victory lap because, I was there when Miami played in the Fiesta Bowl in 1994 against the Arizona Wildcats.
1994.
I had to look it up. I don't remember the year.
And that was at Sun Devil?
Sun Devil Stadium. 29-0 Arizona over Miami.
Is that right?
Don't think we called it Cats versus Cons, and we had T-shirts and everything.
That's good.
Yeah, because they had some issues back then. A lot of their players were ending up in police custody.
They did. They haven't won a national championship in football in years.
Yeah, so
since the 90s.
The other semifinal game is going on right now: Indiana, Oregon, and we'll find out what the national.
It was a great game.
I didn't watch. I was busy. I didn't get the chance.
I got
to watch
home, got the second half, and it was fun to watch. Fiesta Bowl did a great job.
I just want to. Here's the thing I do like, because we can go back around and around on how college football's changing now. Just semi-pro football.
Sure. The what is it? The portal,
NIL money and portal. Yeah. It's just But these, I used to argue all the time how useless bowl games were before the playoffs. I go. What's in it? For the 2 teams in the Poulan Weed Eater Bowl. What's in it for the 2 teams in the Sprite Bowl? Like, what's in it?
Money.
What do you win?
Money for the school.
Not the players. I'm just saying, what are they playing for?
Money for the school. Yeah. If you're a senior, it's your last game. You try and win a championship for the bowl. Yeah, but I get it.
Just to say, you're going to walk around going, hey, Poulan Weed Eater Bowl champ, 1983. Respect me. Yeah. Like they just didn't count. At least some of these games now count.
Well, there's a championship
now. Right, they matter. The winner moves on. This game, I think people play a hell of a lot different when it counts.
Didn't we have the Blockbuster Bowl one of these years? Remember that?
Well, we have a variety of them that don't count.
Well, now it counts, and
these ones count. Yeah. Good for them. Figuring out games.
So Miami's in the championship game.
Yes, they are.
And our buddy Broomhead is a huge fan.
He's huge, and we'll find out if they're playing Indiana or Oregon.
I can't wait to dump on him all next week about
Here
this.
we go.
Just get him nervous.
You can't dump on him because he's got his team's in it.
I'm going to make him nervous, though.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be fun for me.
Hey, appreciate you guys spending time with us today, this week, whatever it worked out to be. Thank you. We look through the double pane bulletproof class at all the people it takes to put the show together, including our amazing first lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules.
That's right. She's our producer.
She is our producer. She's fantastic. Also delivering all your news and information. That's the Melody Maker, Melody Burkett. That's right. And, don't forget, all your traffic getting you home. That's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, New Nordic.
Think about your roof. How long would you have a home without it? And how long has it been since you paid any attention to it? On a visual inspection, are all the shingles still in a perfect row? Have you noticed any nails or material around the perimeter of your home after a strong wind? That could be a sign your roof is losing the aging race to the Arizona sun. And with the current turnaround time on roofing materials, get on it now, because the last place any of us want to be is at home with a leaking roof on a 4-month waiting list for new roofing materials. For over 25 years, Pinnacle Roofing has been the Valley's one-stop shop for all roofing systems, residential and commercial. Take advantage of this beautiful weather and let Pinnacle Roofing take care of your roof so it can take care of you the next time the sky cuts loose. Pinnacle Roofing, 623-792-4597. PinnacleRoofingAZ.com ROC 161685.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
KTAR.